Oh man, I had to run. I had to run all the way over here to get to this chase. I am exhausted and I'm sweaty, but this is what we do in the police chase life. We have a white SUV, Dodge Charger. I gotta get this tweet out, so give me a second. Oh man, I was on the tennis court across the property. Get the alert. Come running my ass over here. The things I do for y'all. No Chris Christie on the call, just ABC7 studio. All right, we have a white. Stu Mundell in the air, potentially. He just drove right over a spike strip. Cops, he just drove straight over the spike strip. Those cops were, you see those cops hiding behind the car, and they just, beep, they go fishing. I think he's still got it attached to him. He still has the spike strip attached to him.
And we're going to see how long that is going to be able to...
He still has the spike strip attached to the back of his car, I think.
That's less than lethal opportunity to stop it. I couldn't even tell. Giovanni Laura is joining us now, but you couldn't even really tell if that was...
It's too early for Eliana and Chris Christie, so I think we're stuck with the studio right now. We have about 5 minutes until...
It didn't look like the spike strip.
No, it sure did not. But I've been watching and listening to you for the last 10 minutes or so. This guy is determined to get away.
What's up, everyone?
Speeds as we are seeing. And was it 3 pit maneuvers that they
attempted? At this point, yeah, there've been 3. And again, you see the people.
They've tried 3 pit maneuvers.
Driving in this neighborhood puts folks that are just minding their own business at risk.
But you can't pit an SUV Dodge Charger of this size.
Safe. He's driving.
And what was remarkable that there were so many police cars there, and he
came running.
His way
I was on the tennis court. Here's a replay of the pits. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Just to be a little bit more aggressive.
But that's not going to stall an SUV Dodge Charger. Oh, they tried to pit him twice. Drives across the median to get back on the right side of the road. They tried to pit him across the median. Drove right across. It's not going to stall the engine with a cabin of that size.
Driven recklessly, he just refuses to stop, and we have been told that it was indeed a spike strip that they put under there. There was
so yeah. Oh, look at him splitting the armada of cops. He rubs up against one of them. That's gonna be assault with a deadly weapon. ADW out for him now. 5 different cruisers, all look pit certified there. Those look like cops on the side of the road that were throwing it. Here comes another pit maneuver on the right. Wham!
Block him in if he can get any kind of movement going forward. They're gonna, if they can get him so that he can't get going fast and cause them pain, then maybe they might try to box him in. But that's the second. That's
just straight up driving over the median.
Damage the undercarriage of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those curbs. But he hasn't, and he's just been able to continue to drive. Now we see on the left, they've opened their doors, so. Unfortunately, we can't see.
Of course, it's always under a tree.
But it could be due to damage from the spike strip. Now there he goes again.
Yeah, and he's continuing.
Oh,
and if
okay. We're still going.
What's happening in Compton, you see the driver of this pickup truck evading police after 3 pit maneuvers and 1 attempt at a spike strip, and this guy is still going. And as you can see, there's a balloon in his hand. We think it's a balloon. Looks
what?
Like a balloon.
A balloon?
Looks like he is inhaling something.
And that would be the possibly helium.
Yes.
And any number of things. This was we don't understand exactly why he's trying to get away from authorities. At one point, they did go into a surveillance mode. They were just kind of watching him. Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind of similar thing. So now there's nowhere to go. He is potentially on a bike path, it looks like, and is now.
Where are we?
Pinned in. He can't go forward. Officers.
Oh my God! Look how many cops are behind him.
And look at the number of officers behind him.
Is that the Wash? Is that the LA Wash? The LA River?
This person might try to get onto the bike path. And potentially try to drive on the bike path. That would be something that authorities don't want. And because if you're on the bike path, there's quite literally nowhere to go if you're a cyclist and you see a truck coming at you. So they certainly don't want him going.
Well, he's certainly not going backwards. There's about 9
And you see
cruisers
law
there.
enforcement officers behind him. They've all exited their cars. They're all holding weapons. Again, we don't know what the initial want for this pursuit was, and we don't know if they know whether he is armed and dangerous. And this guy seems to be continuing holding on to that balloon. Which
How much of helium is in the freaking balloon?
The balloon has deflated and inflated.
Yes.
So my assumption is that he is inhaling whatever it is he's putting into the balloon, which would
He's been inhaling it for the last 5 minutes, and it's still the same size. That's hard to believe.
And would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog.
A dog!
Right there in front of the vehicle. So again,
Go, dog!
to get in the way.
Out for a little jog. Look at that Tony Snell getting some cardio in. He's just on a little day cruise.
The bike path. You see officers here.
He's just out for a little stroll.
Keep him from heading that direction.
They've got cops on the left side of the bike path.
Turn right. That seems to be the direction that his vehicle is pointed. And if he somehow got onto that bike path, hopefully he will not make that choice.
Yeah, and my understanding is we picked this up at about 12:40. May have been going on a little longer than that, but that is the information we have so far. So we've been following it, the last 15, 20 minutes or so, and he's remained in Compton for the most part.
Yes, and he still is in Compton. If you're trying to identify this part of town, you're seeing at West Poplar Street, and at this point it almost seems as if it is a standoff where now he's either rolling down his window or up. I can't really tell.
He's going to let the balloon go, the hostage balloon.
You can see him moving his arm there, trying to roll down the window, and then so now this is the difficult thing for officers too, because as he leans across the cab of that truck, they don't know what he.
What if he just drives straight forward into the river?
Reaching into the glove compartment, he could be reaching under the chair or under the seat. So they just don't know, and you really don't want to see him continuing to take his hands out of it. No, he is. Watch. Okay, he just filled up the balloon
yes.
again.
So he
What?
must have a helium tank.
I would assume. That's
Bro.
an assumption that is not unreasonable given at this point. So
Yes.
What? How do you know he has a helium tank in
Yeah,
there?
so you just wonder what his.
Who
tank
carries
is.
a helium tank?
And I have a question about, is that wood in the cab of the truck?
it looks as if it's tree stumps.
Does not look like tree stumps.
Some stump removal.
Whoa. They're boxing him in now.
So clearly
Whoa, they put the claw, the gate right in front of him.
Go backwards. The question
Now we can only go forwards.
continues to be, can he go
Left.
to the right?
Yeah, are we sure that's helium? It could very well be NOS cannons for all we know.
The wheel turn is not going to.
This guy thinks he's got a circus in his
He
truck.
can make that right turn, our left, and if he turns to the right, he could end up on the bike path. But there could be, and I can't really tell from Air 7, if there's something blocking him to keep him from going that way.
And that's what I was thinking, that the gates there, it doesn't seem like a very wide opening in that space. Wider, it's not as wide as the left, but either way,
Absolutely.
he's not. Something just happened.
They
Whoa.
might be shooting less than lethal in there, tears.
Smoke coming out of the front. Yeah, oh God. Smoke all lit up in the cabin now.
You see him with his hands possibly, well, he still has his, it looked to me as he.
Yeah, they smoke you out.
You see the little container.
The window is.
This could be bean bags, pepper balls.
Communicating with them.
They have shot pepper balls.
Pepper balls, yeah.
Which, if you've ever been around that pepper spray, that is an unpleasant.
Well, this guy is on something with his
He doesn't seem
balloon.
to be reacting.
But he's got the window down, and so if he's wanting fresh air, he's just poking his head out the window. And again, if that is helium, and he has inhaled as much as we've watched, he's certainly not in his right mind.
I don't know if they know that there's a tank in there. Tank of something. What happens if they hit the tank?
Our right, his left,
That whole shit would explode.
just beyond our frame here on that bike path. They might have moved from there, but that's where there were a couple of officers.
I don't think a pepper ball is going to blow a
They're
NOS
actually
cannon.
Moving back. He may have yelled at them to the point that they want to reduce the conflict. They want to decrease the tension. So maybe they did want to move it.
De-escalate. Oh, this is a good view of him.
You see him.
Okay, zoom in.
Yeah.
So yes, he has taken a heavy amount of pepper spray. They fired it in. Now, okay, they're asking him to start removing things. So
What was that?
Hopefully, that's probably what they're asking him to do. I'm not sure what it is that he tossed. But now they're going to try to get him out of the vehicle, but this is not the way. They're firing more pepper spray in.
Oh,
Can you see it?
yeah. Look at the smoke in the passenger side.
There in the
Is
cab
it
of
going
the truck.
through the windshield?
They're probably shooting it through the back windshield, and if
He doesn't even know that he's being lit up with pepper balls.
There's that window that's just behind the driver. So
Right.
if he's driving with that open, they could fire it in.
Right.
But they could also probably, depending on, usually those pepper balls break on contact. So I can't imagine without a window open, they would be able to get it in there.
Yeah.
But clearly we saw it go in.
Okay, he was pointing at them, it looks like. I thought it was a good sign that he threw whatever he threw out the window. I thought that was a good sign that he is complying.
Man,
but
look how many officers they got
there's still
lighting them
some
up with those.
negotiation.
Anytime you see a neon
It looks as if
yellow,
he's complaining that they
yellow, green on the front of the nozzle, those are usually
showed them his forearm.
those are usually
Talking,
non-lethals.
yelling at them, and
But it does not look like he's in any mood to get out anytime soon, does he?
He's still upset at some level. Has he now rolled up the window?
He's reaching for something.
He rolled the window back up, which
That's not the best sign when he rolls the window back up.
And we did that. He was starting.
I am not in any mood.
But yeah,
Oh, here comes smoke in the front cabin again.
Getting more pepper spray. So at some point,
He's
you wonder
between
if
NOS,
those
helium,
tear
and
gas,
pepper
something that might
spray
even
in that
be
cabin. It must stank in there.
of it to just almost
He must
fill
be
the
on
whole
planet
cabin. But
another
it's
universe
pretty bad. I'm
inhaling
surprised
all this
he
shit.
was able to stay in there and handle whatever they have done.
Well, time is on the side of law enforcement. They can take their time with this. There's no rush. It doesn't seem that anyone is in danger in the neighborhood. I wonder if they have made any efforts to evacuate some of the homes on either side of this street. Hard to know.
Somebody said he's going to turn into the Hulk.
The one, my concern was with the bike path, and you mentioned he might not be able to get on it. But the good news is he's been here long enough that officers, sheriff's deputies would have been able to secure that bike path. So if he were to turn right, even if he could, my assumption is that they will have secured that. Nobody's going to be coming down either direction of that bike path. So to your point about people being safe, I think that the bike path, because that is really the only place to go, those areas have been cordoned off, and nobody's going to be coming back and forth on that bike path. But at this point, yeah, like you said, they can potentially sit here and wait as long as needed. The community is, for the most part, not at risk because he's stuck in this location. He's pinned himself in, and so as they just
Oh yeah, he is stuck. He's stuck on.
with pepper balls. We'll just kind of
He's
wait
stuck
and see
on-
what he's doing. He's very nonchalant.
I don't know if he's
about,
on top of a
his-
metal pole like that, but he rolled the window back up.
including when he was driving.
Yeah, and we're not seeing the balloon anymore, but it seems like did he just put something in his mouth? Hard to see.
They just keep making things up. They said tree stumps in the back. Oh, more smoke.
Yeah,
More
you
smoke.
can really tell when they are filling that cab with the pepper balls because
I don't think those are tree stumps in the back. I don't know that was necessarily a balloon.
to let the pepper spray out.
He rolled it down, yeah.
And so who knows if maybe they fired rubber bullets to break the glass.
Are those
I
tree
can't
stumps?
really see what the windshield. It's
quite the assumption.
Window behind him looks like. We don't know if it's broken or if he's got an open
Wheels
window.
of cheese.
I would assume if it was an open window and they were shooting pepper balls through it.
I will go with wheels of cheese.
I wonder if he's talking to someone at this point on the phone.
Looks to be
Oh,
smoking.
or smoking.
Oh, now we're just lighting. Oh, that's smart. With a giant helium or NOS cannon next to you, let's just light it up.
Again, we did
Plus all the chemicals in the air.
inhaling
That's a good
something
idea.
from a balloon, which you can assume, I think, reasonably, that it was helium because we watched him with a canister of some sort fill a balloon. We've now recued.
All right, here we go. Some highlights on the way. If you're just joining us, we got Pit 1 drive across the median as he gets kind of pit, slams the brakes as we go across the road there. Fishtail almost drive into a tree.
Through town. In fact, we saw him stop at stop
1,
signs.
2,
We
3,
saw
4,
him stop
5. There was
at
about
stoplights.
6 cruisers there. He's going to go through an intersection. Here comes another pit maneuver. Whack.
Just continue on.
But SUV Dodge Chargers do not have their engines stalled. There was almost another crash right there coming out. Not enough speed. He latches into him on that one, drives right through.
Much like this.
Right here, this is the one that I was.
And then he splits the Defenders R1, L1 all the way through as if, and I was going to get up on the median here at some point.
That
Yep.
patrol vehicle getting out of his way. They must
Just going for a little stroll.
We don't know about. He may be armed. We don't know. Again, there's a lot we don't know about this suspect.
Well, now he seems to be communicating again with the officers, which to this point, officers continue to use less than lethal force. They have used pepper balls, fired them into the cab, which has not seemed to bother him too much. He's either smoking or vaping at this point. We don't know really what that is. And going back to the beginning of this chase, we don't know what he was wanted for. So all we've really seen is clearly failure to yield. And if you want to add in, he drove his vehicle right at officers, so that could be an additional charge of potentially harming an officer. But, you know, mostly it's not been the chase that put people at risk. It was just this to the right.
Oh, here we go, on the right.
There was one time when he drove into traffic.
Right.
I mean, that's more than traffic. He's straddling the median. Imagine what that's doing to his undercarriage with the axles and the suspension.
Obviously not wanting to...
Just a fleet of cops here that are continuing to pit him again. 4 pit maneuvers.
For some reason, we just don't know what it is. And on the left, you see the live pictures. This is, again, happening in Compton on West Poplar Street and North Wilmington Avenue at what appears to be a dead end. And it looks like the river is right below the picture that we're looking at. And there's a bike path there. And you see the officers congregating, just a couple of them.
Do we have Stu on Fox right now?
With their weapons
Let me see.
Aimed at the suspect and the vehicle. Again, we don't know what led up to all this.
Stu would be great if he's on.
I have a friend who clearly knows more than I that was saying that recreational users usually use 1/4 ounce containers of nitrous oxide, whippets. They use to fill the balloons.
Okay.
Or they sometimes use whipped cream dispensers. The gas is inhaled from the balloon or the dispenser, so that's very possible.
Unleavened bread. We could have had a baby, yeah. We could have.
Sending that to us. But you're looking now at much without, they say now they've got to just toss the tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
Oh, we got Stu.
And we're also getting more
It's
nitrous
interesting
oxide
that he can put up with that.
when they're using the balloons.
Wait for Stu.
Make their way in just to get that guy out, but clearly now being a little bit agitated, rolling down the window, and just kind of sticking his head out there. But you know, I have never been sprayed by that stuff. Never want to be sprayed by that stuff. Don't even want to know. I don't want to be in the same room. So, but you know that is very. There you go. You can see him kind of rubbing his eyes, and that might actually be making it worse. We've heard that in the past, that you get that stuff on your hands and then you rub your eyes because your eyes are irritated and you're just making it worse. But I just wonder how long you can just put up with that in there. But you can clearly see something is starting to take effect, and that driver, that suspect,
he's
you know,
still
trying
smoking.
to.
He's hit something.
Yeah, he broke out some kind of vape device there, and it's just so bizarre to see that he can put up with that. But what's the alternative? Well, you're going to spend some time in cuffs and away from anything that's going to get you high. That's for sure.
Well, clearly he's not 100%. He's not using judgment at all. Most people who get caught up in a pursuit are not. But he has a lot of things going on, from the DUI, from the nitrous, which we assume is what he was sucking up from that balloon, from whatever it is that he's smoking. His judgment is not at 100% in any way.
Definitely not, and it's just like you said it perfectly. They most of the time you kind of wonder, what are these guys thinking? What are you doing? In this case, we know that this person extremely intoxicated and continues to just kind of fight that gas. I just saw him just a moment ago rubbing his eyes with his shirt. I think anything like that is just going to make things worse. And again, just
he's hitting it again.
He's hitting right there. You can see that the smoke coming out.
Is that a vape?
I don't know if it's a vape pen or what type of vape he's using, but clearly whatever's in that vehicle, he's trying to use up before he goes into custody. And these deputies, well, you know what, time is on their side, but they definitely want to bring this guy into custody because they don't want to see anything strange happen, like that vehicle lunge off and fall into that wash.
We do have many police cruisers.
I am all sweaty.
This vehicle. We have a long line of them, and they have a lot of support. So at this point, they're just waiting to see what the next move is.
Played an hour of tennis, and I had to run my ass up here.
Really well that it's not just about keeping people safe; it's also about the safety of the suspects.
Oh, here they come. Shields coming in with masks.
Another one. There it goes.
Looks like, what is this, a world? Whoa, what'd they just throw in the front?
In there.
He just tossed it out.
Just dropped a grenade. Oh, he threw it back out.
And here comes more pepper.
Oh, and they're lighting him up with pepper balls now. Oh, he's getting destroyed by pepper balls.
The windshield. So it's just how much longer.
They dropped a smoke grenade or something in there, and he took all the pepper balls to the chest. He's still alive. He's still going. What?
Let's see. Maybe he's just trying to get some fresh air. But let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here.
What?
I don't want to get off the super double, but I want to get a cleaner shot. Doing what he's doing right there, I don't think
Wiping his eyes. I mean, he's got tear gas. He's got pepper spray. He's got vape pen. He's got whippets.
Some of those deputies, I guess they're talking about how they're going to get this guy into custody. He's still not out of the car. And even if they open up that door, what's going to happen then? So just keep an eye on this. But what a bizarre ending to a chase that could have gone so wrong. I'm just happy that it seems like so far it's going to be.
Oh, here they come.
A textbook end almost. Up, he's rolling up the windows. Wow.
No, we are not. Oh, it's like they're coming in with the riot shield. He put the window up. Now the cops are backing back off.
Of the car, right, the driver's side, they tried to speak with him, but it seems like he was not interested.
Yeah, clearly he's not interested. Now he's got his hands up again, so I just... but that was kind of his thing earlier on, too. It was very cat and mouse.
Dude, what if he drives into the river? This is not above him getting back in there, plowing right through that fence and going into the river.
I give up, and then they come over there and he's like, no, I don't.
Very bizarre, very bizarre. It doesn't seem like he's speaking, though. It seems like he's just...
He's like periscoping, like a meerkat.
Just getting some fresh air.
Getting some fresh air. Sorry, I gotta stick my head out. My cabin's filled with pepper spray and more pepper balls. Oh, in the back! Oh, he got hit in the back.
At him,
right,
per se. They're shooting it into the car. What we just saw right there was one of the helicopters, I don't know if it was California Air Patrol or the Sheriff's Department, but that's what just zipped by the screen. But yeah, you can see him. He's just trying to get some air right there. I don't know if this would be a good time maybe to use like a taser, which I think that the Sheriff's Department are using less of, or possibly even like what they would call the sandbag or rubber bullets. But as long as he can retreat inside that vehicle, I think they're going to stay away from all of that. They want him out of that vehicle and in a place where they can take him into custody.
It's just this waiting game, the waiting game to see if he's going to make the right decision, come out of here, come out of that vehicle, and end this once and for all. We all know how this is going to end. He's not getting away. That much is clear. We've definitely covered pursuits where the suspect has gotten away, but in this case...
I want to get up to get a damn drink so bad, but I know the moment I do, some shit's going to happen.
That's right, Roxy. And you have a number of deputies out there. You can see a number of those deputies, and they're all down there to help him make that right decision, and sooner than later. I'm just kind of wondering if what they're thinking about right now.
How many rounds of pepper balls and tear gas have been fired in this bitch?
That's some heavy artillery. But you know what? That also might be a BB gun. Yes, you can see the yellow stock. So that weapon is basically, they're using that to break some more windows so that they can get some more gas in there. And
I can't believe they walked up there and dropped a grenade in. So that yellow shotgun is either going to be a beanbag, BB gun.
Pretty resilient. And
now he's just getting the tan.
He's got going on. Maybe that gas or maybe that pepper or that powder is just not as effective. Because he's so inebriated.
We needed Stu for a moment like this.
That, right there, that deputy, that one, that's the pepper ball gun. Folks at home can kind of see what it looks like.
Is that a paintball? Looks like paintball.
We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he uses that.
It's a paintball gun that's using pepper balls.
They're going to shoot it around him or try to get those pepper balls.
That's definitely a paintball gun. Look at the...
Not actually striking.
Look at the ammunition holder on top. These guys are just getting to use their toys like
less than lethal weapons.
Non-lethal weapons. They're just unloading them.
Lethal out. I'm sure some of the other deputies.
None of them are working.
Sidearms available just in case that, like you said, we still don't really know. That suspect could reach under his seat and pull out a gun. Hopefully that's not what's going to happen. But right now,
Golden State 26. Ads won't catch me slipping.
This guy out of the car and into
Gotta
cuffs.
connect. You don't want another ad to drop in the middle of the ending of this.
Stu, I'm glad
Make sure you
you're
connect your
explaining that
Amazon
just the way
Prime
this
account.
works with the pepper balls
Otherwise, you are
the tactics
subject to
that
it.
they're using,
All right, I'm going for a
because,
drink.
This one is a little
Nothing
weird
happened.
in how we're watching it hopefully come to an end soon in as peaceful of a manner as possible. But it's interesting that you do say perhaps because he is inebriated, he is able to tolerate everything that they're throwing at him, because it does seem like someone who was just sitting there without the alcohol or
Goodness.
whatever else is in the system would not be able to tolerate all of that. It would be quite irritating.
That stuff is supposedly extremely irritable, and we've seen it in the past where they've launched a couple of those pepper balls into a car, and you see see that suspect jump out like they sent in a jar full of bees. But a lot of
A jar full of bees.
Every time
Shut up, Stu.
especially on the driver's side, he starts to roll up that window. I wonder
They're coming in. Here they come with their jar of bees.
Is to try to break that window. Next time he rolls it up so that he won't be able to roll it back up again. You can see the deputies making their approach, trying to get the shot where you can see that suspect as well. But
Here they come.
rolling up that window.
Oh, he's gonna look at him. Oh, he's going to work on
You see it right there?
He goes to work on
He's got a crank.
He's got the window crank. It's an old school Dodge Charger.
This is what they're worried about. This is it. This is what they've been so worried about.
Why are they backing up? Oh shit.
Now is
Oh, he's in reverse.
is not what we want.
He's in reverse. He's hitting the gas. He's spinning the back wheels.
This is what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Just got his foot on the gas there. We got that thing, and that tire will blow after a little bit. It's going to put out a lot of smoke, and then it's just gonna pop. And that could create some problems.
This guy's foot on the gas.
Rubber starts flying, a deputy might get injured. But it kind of shows you, though, how solid the cruisers are. But if this guy puts this thing in drive, this could end very, very poorly.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to push his way back. Not much success at this.
This man could be going in the river. The river is so live right now.
Doubling it up. They got another.
They're pushing him back. They're moving another cruiser up front, but he's being blinded by the smoke. He's getting out of his vehicle.
That Ford pickup truck right there, so it's not
The pickup is a lot more. That Dodge Charger has a lot of torque.
They could pop. I know it. I've seen it in the past. But it does seem like he's kind of just, he's realizing it's not going anywhere, just making a lot of noise, being, just being a knucklehead. That's all he's doing right now. He's creating more problems.
Well, he can only play the spinning of the back wheel
I'm just worried
once.
He might be so inebriated he just pops that
He
thing
can
in
only
the
do
trunk.
this once. He's going to run out of rubber at some point.
I just don't want to see that happen.
I mean, he could also, it looks like he could maybe go to the right. I don't know how far he would get. He would probably get stuck right there. Interesting, he hasn't attempted to come out of his car and just make a run for it at this point.
Running is it almost falls under exercise, and this gentleman right here doesn't seem like he gets much exercise. So I think that's off his list of things to do. He just was going to kind of hang out there again with some sort of vape. You can see him pointing to the officers. So we're just going to keep an eye on what's going on. And again, at least he stopped hitting the
Knucklehead.
gas. As long as we see those reverse lights on, you know that vehicle's still in gear. And clearly, he still has the keys. So all these things, these are definitely.
Stu called him a knucklehead and then called him fat.
Deputies are
Stu,
they have to deal with.
there are children watching.
The fluid situation, as it would be, where they're going to have to make these.
He says he's a
decisions on
knucklehead.
How they're going to handle the suspect and get him into custody without
And he's fat.
injury.
That just came out of nowhere.
That was an unusual turn of events, but it kind of shows you how aggressive this guy is. Now tossing more stuff out. He seems to be running out of things to inhale inside that vehicle. So
How much? Oh, he's got plenty. Those Dodge Chargers have pretty damn big tires.
Shortly, but that aggressive move is definitely going to change the plan.
This is classic
these
Stu.
deputies had to
This
take
is
that guy into custody.
pre-cancel culture Stu right now. This is the Stu that got him the job at Sky Fox.
Maybe going to approach the vehicle and
Knucklehead.
act.
And next he's going to drop a fat
on
ass at some
something,
point.
Some kind of plan they had, but it looks like because of his behavior now they're trying to figure out what to do next. You know, watching him, you're thinking the longer this takes, the more things you attempt to do, the worse it's going to be for you because everything is adding up on that rap sheet.
You know, definitely. And we've heard other law enforcement say that, you know, they just go for the big ones. But a lot of times it is exactly what you say, Roxia. There is somebody that literally is like, oh, and then he did this, and oh, and then he did that. And they write all this stuff down, and it does add up. And
Man, look, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
He has anything against him already.
They got 11 cops over there lined up.
Why
Why do they keep backing up when he goes to the window crank?
Right now, though, that's kind of, there's some more pepper balls. There are more of them coming.
Ooh,
And he
pepper,
keeps getting
pepper.
Out of the car. That seems to be a smart move. I wonder if the deputies could get there quick enough, and then maybe as he like leans out, help him out the window a little bit. But right now, it seems like they still just
The window crank is the funniest part of this. When he goes full crank when they start approaching.
He's trying to get some fresh air right there. But
There he goes into meerkat.
yeah, if they bring the dog,
Meerkat mode.
things might change pretty quick, I would guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. When do they make that call? Do we know?
They may have already made that call. The canine units are not always right nearby. There might have to.
What'd you say?
Canine might have to make his way from a different division or a different area.
Did I hear Doge?
So that might be part of it, but this is probably
Fur?
something that is on their list. And if this goes on much
Fur's coming?
they might get SCB in here, the special task.
Oh, if they let a fur missile go into this cab.
And they might come up with something very quickly and just get this guy into custody. But right now, you just got a stubborn guy.
Oh, Skip, who's a good boy?
And he's got no place to go. But the deputies want him to. They have a place for him to go, but we just have to get him there. That's the problem.
For those who are maybe just joining and wondering what is going on, the time is 1:33.
Yeah, the fur could go through. That missile could be launched through. They busted open the back window, sent him through the cab.
We've been on this since I would say.
I don't see any fur missiles around.
But it began a little bit before that. So basically, this driver.
Could they put one of those World War I trench masks on a fur missile
Used to stop
and send him in?
was
But then how would he bite?
pursuit, but he was driving
Do they have just
recklessly,
nozzles?
At times obeying the signal lights, at times not. Several pit maneuvers were made. Two of them we witnessed on the air. One of them, Stu said, had happened prior to us bringing this coverage to you. So at least 3 pit maneuvers, which failed. And he did get away, but ended up coming into this neighborhood and getting stuck right there where he doesn't have much option unless he wants to get out of the vehicle and just end this. But this is where we are. They've shot several rounds of pepper balls into the vehicle.
I'm telling you,
they've attempted
seen enough of these that the truck going into the river is not out of the realm of possibility. Then he will get out and run or start swimming.
From a balloon as he was behind that vehicle.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cruisers lined up on this street with almost 20 police officers.
Not to exit the vehicle, sticking his head out of that window. There you see him smoking right there, as I say. Sticking
We're
his
still
head
smoking.
out that window for fresh air because that car is filling up with that gas. You see the deputies once again. It looks like trying to approach.
Oh, he's in reverse.
They do that. He's once again trying to back up. Stu, this is the second time.
Just casually hitting the gas as they get closer with his arms out the window, having himself a day.
Yeah, those police cruisers are not going to be going anywhere, and I think he's just kind of doing that to keep those deputies away from the vehicle. They are doing the right thing when that starts happening. They just kind of back off. I'm just curious to see if he does lose a tire. what's gonna happen after that? You know, if he keeps hammering it like that, those tires are gonna get hot eventually, and he's tearing into that rubber. So, and not that we're concerned about his tire wear, we're concerned about that tire exploding under the pressure and the heat, which we have seen in the past. So right now, the deputies, they're going to stay there. Every time they seem to approach, he puts that thing in reverse, and that kind of pushes them back, which is sad in itself. But you know, again, the law enforcement, they have to work within a certain parameter, and safety is the biggest one. And they have to keep their deputies safe, and they have to keep that suspect safe as well.
The waiting continues, Stu. The wait continues. What time did this pursuit begin? I know we came on the air about 12:55 or so, but it happened a little bit after 12:30. Is that right?
Stu?
Stu's probably getting some information right now.
I'd hope so.
We'll let him get that information before he continues to fill us in on what's going on. But there you see all of the deputies.
Do we lose Stu?
The number of police cruisers there behind this vehicle.
What's my advice to the driver other than give up?
Yeah, they are definitely trying to figure out what they're going to do next.
I mean, this guy is not thinking like a human at all.
Just biding their time down there, and we've actually seen them being very aggressive to try to get that suspect out of that vehicle.
He is not of the mindset to know that there is a drop between that fence in the river.
Gas now. It is just the how are they going to get that deliver that into the cab of that truck in a safe manner. So, you know, they can't just walk up to it, because it seems like every time they try to do that now, he puts it in reverse, starts revving that engine, and you know, again, safety. They have to be safe. So now they're kind of at an arm's length, as it would be, but at some point, this suspect is going to have to give up. He's going to go into cuffs. There's really very little that can happen. You can see some of those deputies, they've got those spike strips. I don't know if that's their plan. Maybe they're thinking to throw those spike strips under that tire to help flatten it. They're making their move again. I'm going to stay a little wider, not that it's for the suspects, but it's just because every time we seem to go in tight like that, the picture gets a little degraded, and then we have those other issues. But maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe they just wanted to toss those spike strips there just in case that vehicle pushes those cruisers out of the way. I haven't even seen those cars move, Roxy, have you?
No, I haven't. I've been watching, but no, I haven't. I was just thinking about the other parked vehicles there on that street, thinking about if I'm the owner of one of those vehicles. I'm watching this thing closely as well, and really regretting parking where I've parked.
Yeah, that would be something to see if you see some of these homeowners making their way out to their cars and being like, "Excuse me, I'm going to take my car out of here."
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen right now. But it is really curious. These deputies, they're just they are.
All right, here they come. Here they come on the side.
Give them their gold star and their one-ups for this, because
They're coming in.
making that approach again, and you know, this time not.
Here they come to the driver's side with the
Right up to the window.
right up to the window.
He just kind of tossed it out the other side.
What did he just toss out?
Also, those deputies they threw those spike strips down. So they are concerned that they might be this guy.
They dropped spike strips down underneath the front. For what reason? In case he's able to start backing up?
Get sucked underneath the tire, and if they make those tires go flat. Sorry about that again. But you can see that, you know, these guys, they've got a plan.
So they walked around the side with the shields to drop something underneath the truck in case, I guess, it moves. He's back into periscope mode coming up.
More fresh air. But
I don't know, in case he goes forward, but the spike strips aren't going to prevent him from going into the river.
Some of that got like onto his shirt or onto his face. That has just got to be.
What a turn of events for no reason. He went into crank mode there real quick. They're in all riot gear mode, dropping.
They've got to be. I mean, my gosh, my eyes are almost burning just watching what's going on up here.
Yeah, he's able to tolerate quite an awful lot. It seems like no matter what they do, he just keeps going. He's very stubborn. But
that was ridiculous. What was the purpose of that if you're not going to just bust open the front window?
See how they came at a wider angle? They actually kind of went.
What was the purpose of that?
The other car.
You made it all the way to the front. Just knock in the window.
Rather than right up against the police cruiser up to the truck.
Definitely, and I think that was probably to maybe to get his attention or try to draw his attention to them so those other deputies could put those spike strips underneath the wheel. That might have been the plan right there.
Spike strips will do nothing if he moves
The
forward.
safest way to approach that vehicle. Like I said, if he's flooring it and those tires are spinning, you just don't want that tire to explode. It could really cause some injury. And again, it's all about safety. I can't say it enough. But you can see him out there, trying to make conversation with some of these deputies. In the end, he's going to go into custody. It's just a matter of when. And right now, it's like, how are you going to get? He's probably thinking, hey, I got the one up on these guys. I'm just not going to come out of my car. But he's got to at some point.
I mean, they've got, I don't want to say they've got all the time in the world, but at this point, they'll wait for him to get out of the car or be forced out of that car. He's not going anywhere. It's pretty clear he's not getting away. So he's just killing time at this point.
All right.
And just wasting a lot of resources and energy.
Definitely, and of course we've been watching him. Whatever he was doing with the balloon, if it was nitrous, whatever. Clearly he went through that. We watched him smoke at least 2 vape containers or whatever those were. And it does seem like he might be. Just as soon as I said it, there's another one. So he still has something going on down there. But
I had to blow my nose. What is this?
Talking to the deputies.
Is he showing him something?
The deputies are communicating back, basically, probably just saying, "Just give it up. Just come out of the car. Or, this is over." But right now, he's just kind of just sitting there, just being stubborn about going into custody.
And just still smoking, whatever that is. Maybe it's a vape pen or whatever, but it's just amazing how casually he's approaching the situation. But again, we have to keep in mind that he's not 100% there in the sense that he's a wanted DUI driver and whatever else he may be on, we don't know. And again, it doesn't seem, we can't assume anything. We haven't seen him display a weapon, but we have no idea, and neither do these officers. So you always have to be extra cautious and extra careful. You have no idea what this person has inside of that vehicle and what they're capable of. And also, when it comes to a point where they have nothing to lose, that is the most dangerous of them all.
That's right. And a lot of times I talk to folks about, pursuits, and they say things. It's like, why don't they just go up to the car and get him out of there? Why are they standing around? And, my answer is always like, that's easy to say when you're at home or, wherever you are watching this on your mobile device or in a comfortable living room. It's not you're not going to lose anything.
Stu's signal is getting worse by the second.
This kind of shuts him down. A lot of folks would be like,
The interference from all the chemicals coming out of this truck is...
Nobody wants to get hurt, and of course they're looking at it like that too. We don't know what this guy's got going on. We don't know if he's got a weapon.
There's that paintball gun with pepper balls in it.
So they want to take him into custody the way they're trained to, the way it is the safest for everybody involved. That's the way they want to do it, and how they do that is with that suspect out of the vehicle and his hands in the places where we can see them or they can see them, and they can take him into custody without any incidents.
Is that another balloon in his hand? Is that a blue balloon? Is that what I'm seeing?
I don't know. I hope it's not. That's all I got to say. It might be a water bottle or a balloon. And it's just getting more and more bizarre. And,
Oh, he's hitting something.
It really is getting to the point
Robot Stu.
I'm sure the deputies or the watch commander is probably making some phone calls. Maybe they're going to get SEB over here. Not to say that the deputies that are here...
Is he hitting it right now? He's eating. He's like a zombie. What's he biting into something?
Maybe they need...
Like it's a fucking shish kebab.
Differently, that can come in here and take charge of the situation and get this guy into custody. But I still worry that he's sitting in that precarious spot where if he gets
You guys hear Stu? I don't know. I just want this to end. My shift's over.
I don't know why these deputies are backing off a little bit. You just saw them all kind of move backwards. So maybe they've got some other plans working right there. But the only thing we can do right now is watch and wait. They're not really talking that much on the scanners, on their radios, because most of these guys are here.
So as we're watching this, we're just waiting to see what happens next, because as these officers have attempted several times to approach the vehicle, they've had some success of firing those pepper bullets into the car, as well as throwing some of these gas canister inside the vehicle. But as you may have witnessed, the driver, the man right there, just picks it right up and throws it right out the window, and doesn't seem to be all too concerned with anything. And it's very hard to get
Stu's getting grumpy.
enough,
I'm getting grumpy. We're all starting to get a little grumpy here. The
and
chat's
to
getting
come out of the
grumpy.
vehicle and comply with the officer's orders. Quite stubborn, I guess you could say, or someone who just doesn't care, or is maybe not really all there to be listening or following orders, or taking the time to really think about what they're doing. Obviously, they've come to this point. But Stu, as we watch right now,
This feels like a Doge. Either truck going in the river or Doge. Fur missile. What else can happen? They can walk up to the drivers. Why not? We've seen this 1,000 times, okay, this exact scenario. What is preventing them from using the riot shields, walking up to the front door unless they think he's armed, with the shields, breaking in the window, opening it, and dragging his ass out?
Definitely.
Something is in there that they're worried about.
They've got a big bag of tricks to find some way to get this guy out of there.
This is not a situation for the Bearcat either. I don't think. How would they get the Bearcat down this road?
Where I'm thinking we should try to do something to get him out. But
no, I didn't see K9. I didn't see K9 on top of.
This moment in the sun as it would be. That thing is running, but are we watching him roll?
Someone said because he's too. Stu said he's too fat.
It's definitely warm down there. You can see him constantly rubbing his eyes.
Are those tree stumps? Tree stump gate, or are those wheels of cheese?
He's going to want to get out of that car, but how are they going to get that to that point? That's the tough one. And right now, he's just sitting there. They
can't do that because he can drive into the river. Yeah, I guess that's a good explanation. He could very well just take the cops with him and drive into the river.
It's a lot of waiting, and that waiting is just going to kind of go on until that suspect makes that decision, or these deputies can convince him.
Are they worried about the tank of whatever he was snorting out of that thing?
I haven't heard anything about a crisis negotiator, which sometimes they bring out to one of these where that, somebody will start talking to that suspect and maybe be able just
I'm still soaked in sweat from tennis.
I mean, right now,
my shoulder's killing me.
Probably would get me out of there. It's got to be.
I got old man tennis shoulder.
And with all that irritant in there,
I think that is the LA River.
You just got to wonder why is it
the LA River goes through Compton?
Just come out, bring this thing to an end. And as far as the dog goes, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the dog is on its way, but right now,
its way.
I keep looking and checking, and there has been no other vehicles added.
You'll see K9 on top of the cruiser.
I'm not sure if that's in their plan right now. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it is.
I'm glad we're not seeing people come out of their homes, or anyone kind of.
Compton Creek, is that a thing?
People these days, everyone comes out with their cell phone, so I'm glad to see that is not happening in this case. And in a way, as I'm watching this, Stu, I'm thinking. Sounds silly to say, but it's the best case scenario, because when you have someone like this who obviously has no interest in complying or giving up, he could have been still out on the street driving around and putting a lot of people in danger. At least at this point, he's just boxed in.
Roxia, that's right, and his safety is not as paramount as an innocent person that he may hit with that vehicle, but you're definitely correct with that. At least he is not out driving around. Getting information from our station that what he's sucking on down there is an actual nitrous tank. So he is he's basically getting hits right off of the bottle.
It's nitrous.
I'll just call it like it is. I really have no idea how dangerous that is, but we have covered fatalities in the past where people have been inside of a vehicle where they've been basically sucking the CO2 gas right out of that tank, and we have covered fatalities like that. So I just wonder.
So he's just doing whippets.
Really knows what he's doing. If he is taking those, he's taking a lot of chances.
Man, he's smoking out of a vape too. What does this guy's lungs look like? Sandpaper?
Hits right off the bottle like that. I'm, again, not 1,000% on all of that, but like I said, we have covered fatalities where people have died from doing exactly what he's doing right there. So, we've got the first responders here if something like that happens. But again, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I just want to see this guy go into custody and bring this thing to an end.
So the nitrous tank, the nitrous balloons, you have him smoking, appears to be vaping, you have the DUI, which is what this whole thing started, why we started following this pursuit, why officers started going after him was his reckless driving.
Did you hear that Stu sigh?
So all of these
He's so grumpy. He's just like me with the NBA.
And again, although we
He's
haven't
like,
seen
oh,
this, I mean,
God, get this over with.
we don't know. There could be some kind of a knife, some kind of a gun. Who knows?
What a sigh.
I also
Charles Barkley of the air.
You talk about crisis negotiators being there or being on scene or trying to speak with him. Would they be able to also call him on the phone? I haven't seen him use his cell phone. I don't even know if he has one, but they do sometimes contact some of these suspects in these circumstances and try to at least come into communication with them over the phone.
That's right, and he hasn't. We haven't seen him have a cell phone at all. A lot of times we'll see these suspects take that cell phone out and kind of show it around. Maybe they're, on some sort of live social media or whatever, but we've watched them do that. You're right, I have not seen any kind of social media or any kind of cell phone in this guy's hand the entire time that he's been here. The only thing we've been watching him do is consume things that will get him high. That's really the only thing we've been watching the entire time. I'm trying to get that cleaner shot of that nitrous container. When he just now when he put his head inside, you can clearly see that.
I haven't seen any use of phone or anything.
On his lap down there, and he's just continuing to.
Also, I have my laundry's upstairs too. I can't leave though. I'm now on one of those dickheads that's leaving his clothes in the dryer well past
That's basically the only thing I can say right now.
someone. I don't know if someone's trying to use the dryer at 154. There's many dryers, by the way. I don't think Eliana's in the air right now, but we got Stu. We go to Stu when he's in the air. It's rare nowadays.
He's sitting in there and just kind of getting high while these officers, these deputies, are waiting and for that moment or that opportunity that they can take him into custody safely.
Upon one of the approaches, when they did approach the vehicle, we did see them throw what appeared to be spike strips underneath that car. So we assume
they'll understand. I'll tell them I'm sorry. Sorry, there was a police chase.
Definitely, and I can.
What? What's Stu?
Yeah, we can see. We're getting information that maybe we should move Skyfox around, but if we move Skyfox around, we'll lose this spot. But we can move around a little bit. I'm going to give that to Olivia. If you want to move us around, we can. And Olivia's at the tiller today of Skyfox, so we'll move around just a little bit, see if we can get a different angle. We've been sitting here the entire time, but
why do we want a different angle? I like this angle.
Hitting that bottle. And it is dangerous. It is dangerous. There's some misnomer of it being explosive. The gas itself is not explosive. It has to be combined with something to get that kind of explosion.
Stu.
Like when you see it used in movies or racing. It combines
teaching us chemistry now.
Nitrous itself, as I understand it, not even flammable. So that's not part of the problem. But you can really kind of see the bottle right now in his arms, and that's basically what he's doing. He's
taking,
and then he's hitting that bottle.
He's hitting it straight out of the nitrous bottle, out of the tank.
Deputies, they're kind of at a spot where all they can do is sit and wait this out. And right in here, Olivia, is probably a good spot.
He's starting
the wheels! The wheels!
Once again, push against those police cruisers. He's been unsuccessful thus far, but he's not giving up.
Yeah, he's not giving up, and I wish he would. I wish this would just come to an end.
He's running out of rubber
peacefully, but right now he's really revving that engine up, and he's just trying to back it up. It's amazing those tires haven't given up already. Just stopped it.
They're pretty thick. What happened? Car's moving a little bit.
Trying to move forward any farther. That's my big concern.
Yeah, dude. It is, once again, it is not out of the realm of possibility that truck goes over the edge.
It seems like, we read
If he puts the truck in drive when they approach and he goes straight down into the river.
Almost starting to do that, maybe I should just give up, type of thing. Hopefully he's starting to realize that he's got no place to go, and there's no way he's going to get out of this. The only way he's going to get out is like that right there. Is basically getting out of that vehicle and just getting himself into custody.
Unfortunately, I feel as though he's not really thinking about any of these things right now. He's just living in the moment of whatever he's on. Logic doesn't seem to be a consideration in this case. But again, Stu, I'm, someone like this who doesn't really seem concerned about others' safety or his own. The good news is he's not on the street driving around in police cruisers and us following this that could have really put a lot of people in danger. So, the best case scenario, I suppose.
Roxy, that is definitely the silver lining.
Look how many,
no doubt about it.
how many damn cruisers there are.
To me and also everybody that's listening right now, that suspect is not on the streets. He is wedged in here at the end of the street out here on Poplar, and he has no place to go. And the deputies are doing their job. They're keeping people safe. They got this guy off of the streets. They obviously knew what he was doing when they tried to stop him. That might have been one of the reasons why they re-engaged this pursuit, is because they realized that he was, in the act of getting high while driving, and they just were weighing the public safety against this guy's safety. So they re-engaged that pursuit to keep the public safe. In the end, he wedged himself in here. This is at a wash, if anybody's just joining us, at the end of Poplar near the cross of Wilmington, city of Compton, and you can see it. That fence is what's keeping him from going over the edge. If he puts that thing in drive, he's been trying to back up those cruisers. That one right there, they put it up against his bumper, and he's just been spinning his wheels. And just to make sure, they doubled it up. They put that other cruiser behind that one. So those two cars are basically keeping that pickup truck from moving. A lot of these deputies, they all have their weapons out. They're ready to take this guy into custody. They're just waiting for that opportunity, that tiny window of opportunity, hopefully, where he decides to open that door, get out, or we'll see. Maybe they'll find out another way to entice him to get out of that vehicle.
All right, as we watch this, I wonder if we can re-rack some of that video to show our viewers the pit maneuvers, which were attempted unsuccessfully. Great, there we have it.
Some replays for those of you joining us late, how we got to this point with multiple pit maneuvers of him just getting driven through with his wheels of cheese in the back of his SUV Dodge Charger.
Through all of those police cruisers,
He was, putting a little scratch, a little dent in Unit 270 there.
We'll follow that, and then it looked as though there was some spike strips that officers were trying
The spike
to place there
strips,
on the ground
I
there.
thought they,
Back off.
yeah, I thought they drove over him. Oh, there were spike strips right there he went fishing with.
Moment where he is inhaling a balloon, getting some nitrous there. There you see it behind the wheel, and at that moment, another pit maneuver happened.
Whoa, as he was mid-hit, he got pit maneuvered. He was mid-hit, mid-balloon hit.
The barriers.
And those wheels of cheese just haven't moved.
But that was not the case. Kept on going past all those police cruisers on his way back as he backtracks into this neighborhood, drives around.
Avoiding the spike strips. Goes for the hit of nitrous. Gets pit maneuvered mid-hit onto the median. Wrecks his suspension. He's got spike strips attached to his truck.
In this dead-end area where we are right now with that wash in front of him.
These Dodge Chargers are invincible.
The reason the police cruisers are right up against that truck is because he put the car in reverse and tried to back his way out. Obviously, he was not successful, so they're right up against him. He's tried several times to do that. Several times those officers have approached the vehicle. They've fired pepper bullets into the vehicle. They've tried to throw gas canisters into the car. He's just casually grabbed them and thrown them right back out. Sitting there with that nitrous tank in his lap, vaping, it appears smoking something. It looks like a vape pen. And just sitting there and killing time and just waiting. They did approach the vehicle at one point, and it did look like they threw some spike strips underneath the vehicle, which you cannot see. It was on the other side, the passenger side of the vehicle, where they threw what appeared to be some spike strips in case he tries to pull some kind of miraculous move out of there. But he really has nowhere to go. So there you have it. All of those police cruisers behind him. Officers there with their guns drawn, just waiting to see what they're going to do. The safety, of course, of the people who live in the area is a concern, but also his safety. That is something that Stu's pointed out several times that they also take into account. And we have to remember, we don't know, and we can't assume that he doesn't have a weapon. He could very well have a weapon. We haven't seen one displayed and no indication of that, but this is definitely something we don't know. The officers don't know, so you just have to wait because concern is for everyone's safety who's down there right now. Stu, one more time, just let us know this exact area we're at right now.
Well, we are in the city of Compton. This is going to be Poplar Street near the cross of Wilmington. Wilmington is going to be the major street at the end of this cul-de-sac right there. And actually, they have Wilmington shut down. I just did that wide shot. I just noticed they have some cruisers out there. So they actually have Wilmington shut down as well in both directions. You can see Poplar comes to a dead end here at the wash. Somebody had moved some of those barriers out of the way, so that pickup truck actually had a moment there where we thought he might be trying to drive on that bike lane that runs along the wash, but he didn't. He just kind of came to a stop. Now those deputies have been making every effort. They've broken out a lot of the windows. They've been using the pepper balls. They've been using CS, or the gas containers, putting them in the car. Like you said, we've actually seen them actually pick one up and just toss it out of the car at least twice, one through the back window, one out through the driver's side window. But they have been doing what they can just to irritate this driver enough, or the suspect enough, just to get out of that darn car. But in the end, he's been grandstanding, coming out of the window, standing up and yelling at the deputies, basically just being stubborn is probably the most polite way of saying it. And in the end, now he actually has a nitrous container that he has sitting right there, and you can see him again just doing what he's been doing for this entire time, sucking on some of that gas, getting inebriated, getting high, and it's just been a waiting game. And I wonder if he wants to try to use up that entire canister. Again, not really familiar with it, don't know how exactly that's going to work, but I can imagine an entire canister, probably pretty dangerous. And you can see a lot of these deputies, they're out there, weapons drawn, but they've kind of run out of ways to try to entice him out of there. They are waiting. We do see a number of deputies over here as well. They're trying to see if maybe we can get some information. Are they calling in SEB? That's their version of SWAT, possibly a dog. But it seems to be right now a wait-and-see type of situation. And, of course, that suspect, he's the deputies had time on their hands, but that suspect definitely using up the last moments of his freedom before he goes into custody, trying to get as high as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we kept mentioning that maybe they would
How much nitrous is in that thing?
We haven't seen that happen. It's been quite a while. Stu, we started following this on air about, I want to say 12:55, but when did this begin? Do you know? Was it around 12:30 or so? It's been a while.
It has been a while. We were listening to it. I have to give a shout out to Moy and some of those scanner groups out there. They were getting a hold of me, basically saying, "Hey, there's a pursuit in Compton," and I tuned it in, and sure enough, it was there. And that suspect playing a lot of cat and mouse, stopping, starting. There was a moment where we were like, maybe we're not going, because he kept stopping. But at one point we realized that he was just doing that stop and go thing. So we got in the helicopter and we got here as quickly as possible. We picked it up. It was, I believe it was on Rosecrans or Wilmington. I think it was on Wilmington. It was definitely on Wilmington.
Of course it
When we
was.
first saw it.
Downing.
He made that turn onto Rosecrans. So he stayed in the Carson-Compton area for the entire time of that chase. And like you said, kind of led us to believe that possibly he's from here. Maybe he is, and he just doesn't know this area. But made that wrong turn, came to this dead end. And this is where we've been sitting ever since. Those deputies running out of ideas on how to get him out of that car. But right now, time is on their side. But that suspect definitely using it up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been watching this, and not much has happened in the sense that, the suspect's refusing to come out, and everyone's just waiting to see what the next move will be. Since we're past the top of the hour here, it's 2:06. I just want to give everyone a little update in case they just tuned in as to.
I'm worried about my laundry now.
Standoff with a suspected.
Do I go and do I dare? It's going to take me 4 minutes would be my guess to go and get the laundry.
In a moment, so I want to fill her in on what's going on as well. So if you are just joining us, and Christina, as we watch this
Do I go for the laundry?
Driving recklessly, Compton Carson area. So Compton Carson.
He's waiting for me to get up and leave before he drives into the river.
It stayed in this area. The driver was driving rather slowly. It wasn't a fast-moving pursuit by any means. And for a while in the beginning, it seemed like this driver was complying, stopping at lights, stopping at stop signs. And it was very odd. But then
I can't do it. I know the moment I go, he's going to drive straight forward.
Pit maneuver video so that people can see what led up to this moment. Things start to change. There you see on your right, this is when they attempted a pit maneuver. It was not successful. He drove through, weaved his way through those police cruisers, just weaved his way, goes over that center divider, kept on going, so he keeps on going. There were officers straight ahead, you'll see in a moment, will move out of the way because he was coming at them. It looked as though they were trying to put some spike strips there, but they were unsuccessful and he avoided that. As he's going, we notice, wait a minute, is that a balloon, and is he sucking on nitrous? In fact, you'll see a close-up in a moment, and yes, behind the wheel is a white balloon, and that is what it appears that he was doing, right behind that wheel. And that is when there will be a second pit maneuver attempt. You'll see in a moment. There it is. You see the balloon. It's quite confusing. And there it goes. That's that second pit maneuver. Again, he just drives right on by those police cruisers, weaves his way, goes over that center divider. There came a point that we thought, oh, maybe he's going to get stuck. No, did not get stuck. Kept on going, passing all those police cruisers. Turns there, makes a left, goes into this neighborhood. Now he's in a neighborhood, and oftentimes with pursuit suspects, we think, they go to an area they're familiar with. Perhaps he knows where he is since this started and it seems to be ending in Compton. But no, because of what happens next, he comes right here to this point and gets stuck. That is a wash in front
I know I could have
There's nowhere
gone,
to go. Those police
would have missed nothing.
Lined up behind this vehicle.
You're gambling.
Now where for over an hour now, we're just waiting to see what happens. They did fire pepper balls into that car, pepper bullets. They did blow out that back window of the truck. They did approach the vehicle several times and threw in gas canisters, where that suspect casually picked those gas canisters up and just threw them out.
Imagine I go and get the laundry and I miss a fur missile.
It appeared to be vaping or smoking, just hanging out from the window there, getting fresh air, because obviously it's irritable with everything they've thrown into that car, which doesn't seem to bother him a whole lot because he's still there. And then there's a nitrous tank on his lap, a blue nitrous tank, which he's using in addition to what appears to be a vape or some kind of device he's smoking. They approached his vehicle from the side. No luck. They threw some spike strips actually underneath the car while it was parked, just in case he tries to make a getaway somehow, which doesn't seem like a possibility. He has put the car in reverse several times. He has attempted to back up, but the police cruiser has just been there. There you see him.
What the?
There you see him. It's taking a hit.
Another one.
The police cruiser is
He's
right
like
against
fucking
his
Gollum,
wheels.
man.
Every time he tries to
This
back up,
Precious.
he doesn't get very far. So there are 2 police cruisers now that's not allowing him to go anywhere. So this is where we are, Christine.
Very good wrap up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you caught up to
Yes,
speed.
absolutely.
At this point, we're just here waiting to see what happens
that.
next, and that's where we're at.
Well, I know you've been here since Good Day LA, so we'll let you clear out
Thank
and
you.
carry on with your day.
Oh, they're switching news crews.
With your brilliantly done recap there, we have Stu up in Skyfox still. Thank you, Stu, for staying with us here, which could be a very long afternoon as we continue to sit here. Stu, this guy, how long do you think this guy can wait this out?
You know what? I don't even want to guess because you know what? Maybe I should guess because whenever I guess something, the opposite happens. He's going to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, Christine. Maybe he'll just get out of the car right now. It has been very frustrating, and I mean, frustrating for us is one thing, but these deputies that have been here since the beginning, following that vehicle, that one that you see right there, I believe the one that actually is right behind it actually has some damage. That was the one that was doing the pit maneuvers earlier on, and so that that deputy really just was, in it for the win and wanted to take that suspect into custody. In the end, you saw it. He made his way right here. They are still concerned that he could injure himself by driving into the wash. That's one of the reasons why they're not being overly aggressive and just making that attempt to take that suspect into custody on purpose, on accident, whatever could happen. That vehicle still runs, and that driver still has the keys. We've seen it in the past. He'll put it in reverse when the deputies get too close. And
So then how do you ever try and get him out if you're worried about him driving?
Puts it into drive. This is what could happen right there. They don't want to see that either. And they're also concerned, we saw while we were doing that swap right there, and Roxy was doing that wonderful...
Unless he throws the keys out, there's always the potential of him driving into the wash.
We did see what we believe a male, a female, and some small children making their way out of that home. So they are concerned that this still could have...
Oh my God, I need to go get the laundry. It's driving me nuts.
So right now it is a wait and see. Is there a possibility that they're going to bring in the dog? Possibly. But you'd think that dog would have been here by now. Maybe they're going to call an SEB. That's their version of SWAT. But at any rate,
how's the SWAT going to get there?
Right now, as we're watching that suspect just refusing to get out of that pickup.
Yeah, there really is no scientific method to determine when this is going to end. I tried to put you on the spot there. You gave it a good guess. So here we are watching this standoff. Deputies there with their
It's
guns
currently 2:14.
You have to wonder about the
I think I can be back by 2:18. In those 4 minutes,
nowhere to go in that vehicle.
will something happen?
So does the person just wait this out until they're hungry, bored?
I'm going to be so mad if I see this truck in the wash by the time I come back.
There, affecting his judgment, and he's not been on the phone. You haven't seen him make any phone calls to anyone, Stu?
We haven't seen a phone at all. Roxy pointed that out a little bit earlier on, and they have not seen a phone at all. We've just been watching him.
He's just been hitting this shit like he's Gollum with the ring of power.
Perhaps I don't know. Maybe in the hustle or in the breaking of the windows, that balloon was broken. But he has resorted.
Why do you guys want me to go so bad?
The deputies, you can see them making their way around the neighborhood.
Wait, something's happening.
Earlier on, we saw
Something's
a lot of
not
deputies,
happening.
maybe not that many sergeants, because these guys really were working to get that guy out of that vehicle. They were using
For the sake, because you know if I get up, the chase will end. So, do you want me to get up? That's the only way to make the chase end.
And toss into that vehicle CS containers, like a handheld container of gas, trying to get that suspect.
All right, I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to go for it.
Two of those containers we actually saw.
This feels like a good time.
One through the back window, one through that driver's side
2:15.
window.
Can I be back by
Those
2:20?
are not electric. electric, and the only reason I point that out is, you know, if the vehicle is disabled, maybe you can't get that window up and down. Those are crank windows. So even if that car isn't on,
Okay, I'm going.
As soon
I'm
as
doing
you
it.
see these deputies making an approach,
What?
he starts rolling up that window. The old school, you see that hand crank starting to move.
I'm doing it.
But there is some communication. What it is, I can't really say.
Okay, here we
maybe
go.
it's just profanity. Maybe it's something other than. But in the end, everybody just hopes that this guy gets out of the car, brings this thing to an end. These deputies are down there. You know, clearly they have reached out to their supervisors. Hopefully there are some plans in the works. Maybe something bigger and better might come out here, and they can really deploy some CS gas or that gas, that irritant, into that vehicle. But until that happens, it is a lot of waiting. And you can even see that we can't hear what's going on down there. So we watch body language, and that body language right there is vaguely, I'm really starting to get bored. And maybe that will be the catalyst to just make that decision to, like, okay, this is over, let me get out of the car. But nothing has happened to really point in that direction at all. We've watched this guy play cat and mouse with these deputies all afternoon already.
Yeah, taking a swig off that tank there, that nitrous tank. Yeah, look, I'm not a nitrous expert. I don't know how that works. I don't know what that does to the brain necessarily when it comes to your judgment in a situation like this. Obviously, with nowhere to go except into a wash, the driver's not moving that vehicle anywhere, completely boxed in by law enforcement there. You all had said it. Time is on the side of law enforcement right now because you don't have people endangered. You don't have pedestrians in the way. You don't have other motorists in the way. Obviously, there are homeowners there to the back, but they can stay to the back of all of this. So I'm reading that pepper balls were fired into the cab of the vehicle, breaking the portion of the rear window. So people are watching and they're thinking, why isn't law enforcement doing something? Well, they have done that move already. We did show earlier with Araxia on coverage here of the two pit maneuvers, attempts at that. That didn't stop him. Look at the people there. It looks like somebody from the community walking away there, perhaps residents there trying to get out of harm's way and go about their day, whatever business they have to handle. Keep in mind, it is about 2:17 now here in Los Angeles. We know we have a lot of people who watch from other states, even overseas, when we're online, on the web, on Fox 11. And people are wondering what's going on here in Southern California. Okay, so this started in the Compton-Carson area, and here we are with this standoff. Stu, you've been on since around close to 1 o'clock, following this since around 12:30, and here we now coming up close to 2:30, where school's going to let out, families will start coming home from work, who work those
He's still in it.
9 to 5 type of hours, and
I made it by 4 minutes.
in that neighborhood. I'm wondering how far backed up, how far blocked off is this street? Oh, there you go, right there. Okay, a whole neighborhood right there affected with the street blocked off. All of those homeowners, all of those residents having issues perhaps getting into their neighborhood.
I went all the way upstairs.
On foot. Are they locked
all the
into
way
their
upstairs,
homes, sheltering in place there? Are they wanting to come or go and they just can't? It's a problem if you live in those homes right there.
Whew.
Well, you know, Christine, what you saw
Two
right there
loads.
was, they're doing evacuations. They're actually deputies.
And the
going
clothes
in
are
to
still
some of
warm
these homes
and everything.
Asking these folks to exit their homes.
I get to do laundry while I watch the end of this now.
This greenhouse just moments ago, you pointed them out, and just before that, we saw a family leave this house.
2 minutes and 41 seconds, Ranger?
Noticing just from Skyfox is, you know, you see a lot of these deputies are all in their greens. They got their uniforms on down there, but all of a sudden now we have this officer that's not in a uniform. So that would venture to say that that is a sergeant or somebody with a higher rank, somebody making some decisions. I've been watching him and hand motions, basically talking with and getting a briefing from the deputies that have been here, doing an amazing job trying to get that guy out of that vehicle. So perhaps he's been on the phone, he's been on his radio, so maybe they are making a plan, maybe they are coming up with something to get SEB out here or some other other means to get that person out of the car. We keep hoping that he will just make that decision on his own, but I really don't think that's going to happen just because of the fact that he's been cat and mousing these deputies the entire time we've been aware of this pursuit. Earlier on when we were listening, that's what we were hearing. We heard him, oh, he stopped, the door's open, up, now he's going again, he stopped, and that's what they were seeing earlier on. As far as what that does to you, I also was saying the same thing. I'm not that familiar. I know that we've covered fatalities in the past from nitrous oxide, especially being ingested inside of a vehicle, inside of a closed area. This one is not a closed area anymore. That rear window's been broken out. You can clearly see he's got that with, the driver's side window down. So, how is this going to end? Well, it's going to end with that suspect in cuffs. But when is it going to end? That seems to be the big question. Are we going to have to wait till he runs out of things to inebriate him? Or are the deputies going to, basically bring his party to an end? We just don't know right now, but we can clearly see a lot of motion down there. These poor deputies have been out there with their weapons out probably for about 30, 40 minutes now. And, it's got to be stressful for them as well. These deputies with what I would believe to be a sergeant or better, you can see that sergeant clearly on his phone, probably communicating with other of his supervisors on how far, what they can do, what's the plan. And as far as, you mentioned that, Christina, about folks at home saying, well, why don't you just go over there and take him out of the car? What are you doing? Just open the door and yank that guy out. My answer to that always is, would you do it? And that usually shuts people down because we just don't know. He still has that car still runs. You could put it in drive. You could drag him and maybe a deputy over the side. He might have a knife in there. He might have a gun. So it's better to keep everybody safe and just wait it out. And that's what's happening right now.
Well, okay, you got to feel for those residents who live in that neighborhood. For them, their day completely disrupted. I don't know about you, Stu, but I feel like I'm always on the go and always in a rush. One thing that throws off my game really disrupts my day, so I can't imagine being a parent waiting for your kids to come home from school or having to go to work in the afternoon or trying to go to the grocery store or the post office or something like that, and you can't because this is happening in your neighborhood. And as we look at this driver here, this DUI suspect here, I can't help but hurt as well for this driver because I'm thinking this is somebody's perhaps brother, father, uncle, son. And if they are from here, are their relatives watching this, wondering what's happening to their loved one, why they're doing this, what's going wrong here? And there you go. That's that nitrous tank, we believe, some kind of tank that this person seems to be sucking on.
Who subscribed because I'm folding laundry? What is?
But again, this is
this a
one, and you hate to see their day go like this.
Is this a kink for some people?
What's going on in their life that their day ended up like this?
Oh, this one
2:23
deep downtown. This was a LA Clippers playoff shirt.
The patience law enforcement has to have there with their guns
should say
drawn,
toilets,
sitting there at the ready, making sure they are safe. Obviously, we know we had a bad incident last night involving the LAPD, where 3 LAPD officers were shot when they were trying to deal with somebody who was barricaded. So safety first. I mean, Stu, think about that right there. After what happened last night in Lincoln Heights with 3 officers shot, you have to keep in mind that it is safety first, and you don't know how the person's going to react. They were canine officers, so obviously police had already engaged that suspect, tried different maneuvers to bring that suspect into custody, and that's what happened with the canine officers from Metro and LAPD. Safety first here.
Well, definitely, and we've been talking about that for most of the afternoon. It is all about safety. Those deputies, they work within these parameters, and that one of the biggest parameters is safety. Safety for the suspects' well-being, safety for officers, safety for the general public that may be around here. And Roxia pointed it out earlier on too. At least this vehicle is stopped. At least the general public, their safety is been satisfied. satisfied. There's no way that he's going to be able to injure the random person, a civilian going to work or walking a dog right now, because that vehicle is kind of hemmed in at the end of Poplar out here in the Compton area. So that part has been taken care of. But now the deputies, like you said, their safety is in question, and it will be in question until that suspect is in cuffs, in custody. And of course, the safety of that suspect. We worry, and I'm sure that they worry about it as well. When he's been revving that engine, you haven't seen it yet, but he's been revving that engine and then putting that car in reverse and spinning those tires. If he bumps that car into drive and launches it into that wash, that could be fatal. That could be a fatal move for that suspect. At least a severe injury. So they don't want any of this. They don't want to have any of those problems. They just want to get that suspect into custody and then get him into the system, and hopefully he can get some help. You were talking about family members. Maybe one of the family members, well, we haven't seen a phone, so but maybe one of the family members can reach out to the deputies and say, bring up this or tell them this, and maybe that'll help bring this to an end. But right now, it seems to be a lot of deputies waiting. That suspect's just been in there biding his time, using his narcotics at a nonstop rate, which I also have to wonder about, like you said, what's that going to do to him? And then when they do take him into custody, I'm sure these deputies are thinking about that as well. They don't want to see him get into cuffs and have him get into a panic attack. So I am sure they're going to be calling the LA County Fire Department, or in this case, Compton Fire. And they'll bring AMR out here. That's the ambulance service, and they're going to help be on the ready when they do take this suspect into custody. But you can see him starting to, earlier on, very agitated, very animated, moving around a lot. Now you can start to see that kind of slower movement, maybe a little bit more like, oh, geez, maybe he's starting to realize, even with his inebriation, that this is a situation where he's not going to be able to get out of. And maybe he's starting to reason this out, and he'll just open that door and go into custody.
Reason. That's a good word to use in this. I don't know, there's been a whole lot of reason here in this whole situation. In just a bit, I don't want to call for it just yet, but in just a bit, we're going to show you video of earlier what's been going on. But again, we don't know this guy's mental health state, his state of mind, what he could be on substance-wise that affects your ability to reason. I gotta think.
Are you not supposed to wash polyester?
You're hungry. You think about your family.
Do not use fabric softener
at night. Obviously, a beautiful sunny day here in SoCal, but eventually in the evening it's going to get colder. We do know part of the back window has been shot out with those pepper balls. And as you were saying, that's a crank window that he's not.
Wait, what's fabric softener?
It's hot in there as well because the sun can beat down on you on a day like today and gets kind of warm in the vehicle. But again, he's not driving forward. He's not driving backward. That's not going to happen. I suppose he could take a run for
fabric
it.
softener does not equal
What
detergent.
it's like to be a deputy there on the scene. Joining us now
detergent is not fabric
softener.
softener,
With the
is
LA
it?
County Sheriff's Department, James Hemmel. Jim, thanks for stepping up on probably a nice day for you. And we appreciate you helping us fill the time here with this coverage and trying to bring viewers a little insight. What's it like to be a deputy there on the ground?
Yes, of course, because it is very important. When you're talking about police pursuits, obviously we have the general public that we're concerned about. So always, for all of law enforcement, the priority is public safety, meaning we have to make sure that the driver and suspect does not pose a danger to the public. Whether
The fuck is fabric softener? Is that not the liquid shit you put in the laundry?
It appears
I don't get it.
And secured from harming other people. Now, I think the priority would be to certainly look for a peaceful resolution to prevent harm to this individual.
It's a different
who's
liquid.
obviously troubled.
Jim, yeah, that's a good word for it. A difficult day,
We
obviously,
need you
for
to
this
find a
person and their
girlfriend.
family
What?
members. As we watch the deputies there,
I don't understand
with their
what
guns
fabric
drawn
softener
for
does.
such a long period
Why would
of
you want your
time.
fabric
What goes
softened?
through your mind as you are there trying to make sure your fellow officers are safe? You are the ones there with the eyes on this suspect. You are the ones with the guns drawn. I guess you can see our video right now. Looks like somebody in an SEB uniform, your equivalent of SWAT. Perhaps you can give some perspective on this officer we were seeing.
Yeah, so initially, as you
You
mentioned,
add
the
it with
patrolmen and
detergent
women
to
on the scene,
for softer
are
clothes. Not
first
everyone
ensuring
uses
that
it.
if, unfortunately, the individual comes out with an immediate deadly threat, that they can resolve that so there's no harm to the public or deputies on the scene. Meanwhile, there's a lot of going on behind the scenes that Stu had mentioned, where you want to ensure that you have evacuations, you have local school children are diverted away from the area so that they don't.
Someone said it's very
another
possible for this guy to
problem
frostbite his
for,
mouth,
the deputies on the
tongue, or
scene,
vocal
meaning
cords by inhaling
another
straight out of the
problem
tank.
where, they would be in harm's
Sounds
way.
like you have experience in doing
All
that,
the while,
sir.
You're also bringing tactical equipment, and that would be our Special Enforcement Bureau, centered on essentially keeping the person at bay and then trying to de-escalate utilizing different forms of equipment, whether it's stun bags, a canine, OC spray, but of course just de-escalation tactics, trying to talk the individual down.
Only detergent is needed. The other stuff just helps maintain your clothes longer.
In the sense of fleeing from law enforcement when it's evident that...
Someone looked it up on Zillow.
You know, Jim, I see that
That house is 898 on the right, 555 on the
something
left.
like the Bearcat type vehicle, which can be quite intimidating. Often that is used to block someone in or to make sure they're not going anywhere. We've seen them get blocked in from both sides. You talk about the de-escalation tactics. When somebody is on perhaps a substance, we see them inhaling something, looks like a blue nitrous tank or perhaps something else. I don't know the substances well enough to know. That's got to affect your ability to reason with them if they're on something.
Great point. So the Armored Rescue Vehicle, also known as ARVs, will provide that level of protection for deputies to get closer to perhaps convince him to de-escalate the situation while also keeping that vehicle from leaving again, because those vehicles can be used as weapons themselves. And so those kinds of considerations are being made right now, I'm sure. Also, with regards to the chemical substance that's there, it does appear to be some form of nitrous or some form of an intoxicant. Obviously, we don't know from here what it is, but that euphoria that puts people in a state of mind where oftentimes they're trying to ignore what's in front of them, and that can present a danger because it puts them in desperate situations with less fear often, and fear of harming themselves, fear of harming others. So that's where our deputies really need to, and it appears they are, take every precaution to obviously protect themselves and protect the public, and it appears they've done a great job of doing that.
And it looks to me like I'm looking at those SCB, again, your version of SWAT there, with those green uniforms there. You know, given what happened with LAPD last night, where you had 3 officers shot, luckily they're all going to be okay and that they were not life-threatening injuries. Again, they were canine officers, meaning other officers had worked already on that matter to try to diffuse that situation. And you have that happen. So obviously that's fresh in the mind of everybody in law enforcement. I know you have your roll call meetings, you discuss what's been happening. And safety first, when you think of something like that in a whole different way, it's like we really don't know what people are going to do or be like.
That's a good point, because oftentimes our first priority, or law enforcement's first priority, is the public safety and obviously protecting the deputies and police officers on scene. As you saw with the LAPD situation, oftentimes the vulnerability comes by actually creating that safety layer for other individuals, including the suspect. I mean, certainly we could take a further approach or be more distant, which would move law enforcement from harm's way, but then it puts the public in more jeopardy because the person could flee with the weapon, flee with the vehicle again. So oftentimes those types of shootings where we saw 3 LAPD officers, and our thoughts and prayers are with each of them, oftentimes that's because they're putting themselves in harm's way, ironically, to de-escalate a situation with a desperate suspect, as we saw last night, and also in this case as well.
Yeah, our thoughts with them, indeed. Quick healing, we hope. Let's just talk about your credentials for a minute, because you have seen every scenario on the planet, I believe. Retired Chief of Sheriff's Special Operations, You currently work as a senior advisor for the United States Department of Justice. You've trained people overseas as well. How have you seen the tactics change over the eras, and the way you're seeing things being handled?
Yeah, last night there was a barricade situation. Barricade situation. Three cops got shot, and then ultimately the suspect was killed.
With a lot of pressure from excellent leaders in our community to try to take.
It was in Lincoln Heights, I think.
Have the best of our tactics be utilized by.
It wasn't really a chase. It was just a standoff like this.
Excellence when we serve the community is the goal. And so sometimes we see situations where that's not used. And
yes, Jay Diamond Crush. We're all doing the same thing.
But that being said, what I've learned with my new role with the United States.
Listen, we've been blessed with some quick chases.
Foreign law enforcement agencies is how
this is not one of them. We're used to the marathon chases. This is almost the standard.
And of course, all of the agencies within LA County. We do have tactics that rely on, or that focus on de-escalation, public safety, and trying to reduce the harm that's done, certainly to the public, the responding officers, and even the suspects. But oftentimes, desperate suspects put law enforcement in a situation where there are no other options. So what you see right now in this incident is...
You didn't miss any parts. They've showed them on replay.
To bring in resources while they can to try to de-escalate and calm this situation without injury. And oftentimes, the suspect prevents that from occurring if they were to act in a manner that forces a more deadly confrontation.
When you say bring in resources when they can, I'm thinking it's 2:30 now. You know, eventually it's going to get dark out, which makes it all that much more difficult for police and law enforcement to see what's happening there. Mental health might play into this as well. Obviously, this person is having a very difficult day. We're talking about possible substances. Do you have negotiators there on the scene trying to talk with this person? We haven't seen the person use a cell phone, not like they're in communication with, say, family or loved ones. They've just been sitting there.
I'm trying to do something else. Every time I click off the damn screen, it freezes. It's annoying the shit out of me.
Yes, and crisis negotiators are certainly being summoned to the scene. I'm certain of that. And in the meantime, I'm sure deputies on the scene are attempting to calm the person down and de-escalate. We do have to take precautions and make sure that if he does something unexpected or desperate, certainly reaching down like he's doing now, we don't know what he's reaching for. That's what's going through the deputy's mind right now. And them keeping their calm and their poise and trying to talk to him and find out exactly what actions he's taking is a priority. And then
okay, I'm done.
Bringing in a crisis negotiator, a skilled person who has a background in psychology and human behavior, and try to appeal to the person's better senses, which is, as you mentioned, is quite difficult to do when they're under the influence of substances and or have mental health concerns. So that's why a skilled person who has a background in those kind of human behaviors is somebody who would be better suited for that. But in the meantime,
I'm doing the league pass rankings right now.
Given that basic level to try to calm the situation and take precautions from a tactical standpoint to keep...
I gave Hornets Pistons a 39.
So, Jim, if you're willing to stand by, we'd appreciate it. If you've got to go, I understand. I want to bring in Stu Mandel, who's been up in Skyfox for us.
There's 3 red games.
Walk me through some of the video from earlier in this pursuit. It started around 12:55. Let's go ahead and roll a clip. And, Stu, if you can see it, great. If not, I can paint the picture. And
well, you're gonna have to paint the picture, okay. Yeah, definitely, because we can't see it up here in Skybox.
Gotcha. Okay, so what I'm gonna do when I call for that video is I'll paint the picture and you can weigh in on it. But basically, you took this over around 12:55, give or take. Overall, how would you describe how this pursuit has gone up to this point?
Well, I have to say that the deputies were using a lot of restraint. They were at first.
Yeah, there's
like
two good games on.
type of situation where they would stop and they would go, and they would stop and they would go. But then later on, it turned into a situation where they turned it back into a pursuit, and they were doing the pit maneuver. And we saw two solid pit maneuvers where that pickup truck just spun around. It didn't bring it to an end. It just spun that truck around. Whoever that deputy was behind the wheel of that cruiser that actually is right behind it.
I gave King's
job, and it would do it. Did it twice.
I gave King's Nix a 90.
Get that driver to stop. He did actually collide with at least
Why is
one
this being
deputy's
so
vehicle,
difficult?
and they did spin it around. And when that happened, that was when I
Nice
thought
menu,
that this
Jay.
might go the other way. But again, deputies showing a lot of restraint out there and just continued to pursue that vehicle. We did see it drive on some of the center dividers. I was hoping that it would get stuck in that one point, but it didn't. And we saw but we also saw it stopping at the red lights, and that was another moment where deputies were actually stopping traffic, keeping the public safe, and keeping them away from that suspect. In the end, when it came to an end out here on Poplar, they were aggressive. That would be the best word to use, but also very safe. They weren't doing anything that was endangering that suspect or any of those deputies. They were trying to get that CS or those pepper balls into that truck. They were breaking the windows. We watched them do that. We watched them drive that one cruiser. They drove it up to the back of that truck. That driver tried to get out. Was ramming that vehicle at one point. So safety was definitely the primary objective for all those deputies that were involved the entire time that this pursuit was going on. That suspect, defiant. That's the best word to use. Pig-headed might be, maybe we don't want to do name calling, but definitely very defiant. And he continues to be
pig-headed
down there, knowing that he has that upper edge. The deputies have
Did you say pig-headed?
Of safety. And, of that suspect and everybody around him, that suspect, he gets to do whatever he wants right now. But again, you pointed it out. This is not something to make light of. That suspect clearly has issues. One of those issues is is clearly substance abuse, and he continues to abuse himself down there. While the deputies, the only thing they can do right now is watch. I wonder if he consumes enough of that, if he would just pass out, and that would give those deputies the opportunity to make their way over there. But that neighborhood, we saw a couple of those homes evacuated. We do see those SEB officers here on scene. I have yet to see the armored vehicle. It may be around the block, but how are they going to get that in there? These deputies have a lot of problem solving to do to get that suspect out of there safely. And right now it is really just a huge waiting game, huh?
I'm wondering, Stu, could you perhaps give us that wider shot again to show the neighborhood? How much of the neighborhood is affected here? The whole street there, where Poplar Street,
I think I'm done.
And then you see that greater neighborhood.
Hornets, Pistons, 39. Rockets, Pacers, 56. Jazz, Magic, 59. 3 red games. Knicks, Kings got a 91. Nets, Bucks without Giannis, 73. Warriors, Grizzlies, 85. No job, but you get Dylan versus Draymond.
You covered a lot there for anybody who didn't see what happened here with the
tweet's gone. Tweet's out.
At a pit maneuver, the pepper ball sprayed, the blocked-in vehicle there, where if he drives forward, he goes into a wash. Like you said, a lot of action's been taken to try to stop this, and some viewers might think, not enough. Why couldn't they stop him during the pit maneuver?
Well, if anybody was watching, they saw it happening live. At one point, one of the pit maneuvers where he was at that intersection, they did the pit maneuver, and then other deputies were using their vehicles
39
to
is
block him in or try to block
39
him in.
is second
He walked
lowest,
through
I
there.
think.
He collided at least with one of those vehicles. So it wasn't a lack of effort. It was the idea of safety. It was and when I say that, the safety was actually that suspect. They didn't want to injure that suspect, and that suspect clearly has no concern for himself and or anybody around him, even though he was stopping at the red lights, which was interesting to see in itself. But right now, he continues to abuse himself.
The lowest was Spurs Hornets.
Nitrous gas. We watched him earlier on. I mean, the vape pens, they might be THC, they might not be, but we did see him smoking something earlier on. I would venture to say that was marijuana. But, you know, literally my hope is that he's just going to exhaust himself. He's going to pass out, and then these deputies can just kind of make their way over there and take him into custody. But if that doesn't happen, how are they going to do it? That's really difficult. And again, that's one of those situations where, you know, I'm glad I'm the guy in the helicopter watching and talking about it and not having to make those decisions down there, how they're going to get him out. I've talked to people in the past where they've said, well, why don't the deputies just walk up over there and open the door and yank that guy out? Well, would you do it? That's my simple question. You know, you just don't know. You don't know what that guy's got in the car or the truck, and you also don't know how desperate he is. Well, he might grab you and drive into the wash.
Yeah, I can't believe Cam Thomas is just not getting any run
do maneuvers
anymore.
Like that where they just go
Crazy.
in and drag somebody out. You're right. That's a good point that he could floor it over the edge there, and deputies could get hurt, taken with him.
Yes, that's correct. That's what we've been worried about.
I don't know what he's taking or breathing. I don't know how that works.
He might just pass out.
What he's taking. Maybe you just are calmly sitting there. Maybe you can sit there for hours calmly. I don't know. I want to bring back in our guest, retired Chief of Sheriff's Special Operations from the Sheriff's Department. You know this job very well, James Hemmold. As you saw those moves, and if we want to re-rack that tape again and show that attempted pit maneuver.
We got a whole bunch of newbies in the chat that have not been with us for a true marathon chase yet. This was before we took a two-year hiatus. These 3-hour chases were regularities with standoffs. I will be here all night. All night. We blitz all night. We've just had the perfect, I'd say the perfect duration of a chase is, what, 25 minutes with an ending that doesn't result in innocent death or injury? All these people are like, this chase is taking forever. I'm out of here. You're not going anywhere. You're just going to put it on the phone and you're going to have it on in the background because you get emotionally invested in it. And you got to see how it ends. I know how this works. I've been doing it for years. I know how the audience analytics look. You can't quit. You have to see how it ends. That's why we do this. 25 minutes with is the consensus with a fur missile ending.
I saw in one of the shots there were some pedestrians, some women on the sidewalk there. And also I know we're concerned, Jim, also about the suspect trying to carjack somebody. We've seen the attempt at that a number of times. Now, you know, Stu had made the point, might this guy just pass out? I don't know what calming substances he has taken that he is able to just sit there like that calmly. And I'm thinking with negotiators, Jim, do you perhaps try to talk to him about family, children, spouse, loved ones who care about this person coming home safely?
Well, that's certainly a consideration to have the crisis negotiators focus.
Isn't there a name for content that people like to have on the background while they do something productive? This right now is perfect for that, says that upper hand. I would agree with that.
Making sense. And it can be from mental illness.
I still have more than half of my laptop battery here. Yeah, I got 75%. I don't know why it's not. I got plenty to go.
That provides a euphoric sort of feeling, which would really make a lot of this feel like a bad dream to this individual rather than reality. So even speaking to that is going to be a consideration.
Yeah, just have it on in the background. Tell your people. This will have an ending at some point, people.
Right.
You want to put in all this work not to see how it ends? That's on you.
Have no effect whatsoever. Well, we could be here, I guess, a long time.
But here's one issue we have is helicopters running out of gas.
Giving us that wider shot. Now we're here on the closer look here. Jim, as we're watching,
and then we'll start shuffling through all the different helicopters as they take different shifts back to go get gas and come back.
Is that what you feel you're seeing here?
But usually helicopters can be in the air for multiple hours.
Coming up soon on, dinner hour for people. It's been, that would be all afternoon if we hit 5 o'clock.
What I'm watching here is
Whoa.
restraint.
What is that?
Deputies, and
That is not a news helicopter. That's like a Black Hawk. What in the fuck is that helicopter?
The department is in that category, even when
Holy shit.
But it should serve as a reminder that reverence for human life is at the top of the priority, and it's evidenced by what we're watching here. Because certainly, if we were not acting as a professional organization, or if the sheriff's department was not, there are other measures that could be taken to end the.
What is that? Who's in that?
Sometimes, unfortunately, the suspect drives that through more desperate actions. But what we're seeing here are precautions being taken, resources being brought in.
Wait, that's not even a.
Timing being taken into
That's not
account
even
as
a.
far as the pit maneuver.
Who's in that is going to come out and join this chase?
Air 5, and that will transport some of our Special Enforcement Bureau to include paramedics, likely even a crisis negotiator to be on scene in a more rapid manner.
That's not even close to the chase, though.
What's driving the Air 5 to be in a position to assist as well.
Air 5 is the name of it. I guess it's kind of close. It brings in special personnel, hostage negotiators. I've never heard that before. There's always something new. You learn something new every time you do a chase.
Law enforcement and the tactics of law enforcement, and that is something that plays out in certain scenarios that are very difficult to watch on TV, very difficult to watch in person, very difficult to have been your loved one's encounter. You see there's some more activity there happening there on the scene. I have to wonder if they're going to try to make some kind of move at some point. You mentioned the
there's some shit going on in the background. He notices it. He sees them starting to form. You see that look back with the peripherals?
More intelligence, essentially, to the deputies on the ground. Are there other people in harm's way? Are there other avenues of escape? If you're talking about Air 5, which there was a quick picture of, then that's more bringing resources in, whether it's a SWAT team or being prepared with paramedics should something untold happen. And so having every precaution at the ready is exactly what's occurring. And it's worth using these valuable resources for the public. I have many family and friends in Compton, what I call adopted family there, that many people having served from the opening of Compton Sheriff Station in 2000 and working at the Compton Salvation Army and things of that nature. And so the Sheriff's Department is very...
Every other tweet is about Sean Kemp.
In the Compton and surrounding area.
Is there something that happened since he got arrested?
I really feel the
or is this all just updates?
Being given right now, and you're seeing that with every resource being brought in to ensure that there's no harm to the Compton or residents of that general area that they're in, to ensure that there's a peaceful resolve. So right now...
My God, this in the Vanderpump Rules thing, man.
This individual,
do people not realize how Vanderpump Rules works? All of a sudden, right when the season is about to premiere, the biggest scandal in the show's history just conveniently lines up with the premiere. It's all done by design, you morons.
Even though he's shown disregard for safety.
There was no cheating. It's all made for TV.
Of all the expense going into this standoff when it comes to our tax dollars, all the law enforcement that was part of this pursuit, all the law enforcement that is there at this standoff. We saw the helicopter there, comes to air support, SEB/version of SWAT, and then the management that is, also thinking about this from your
my roommate worked with Ariana for years.
It's a cost that we live with.
I think even before she was with Tom.
As citizens of Southern California, that when we have encounters like this, law enforcement, we trust to do their job, even though it's going to be costly, perhaps afternoon for us as taxpayers.
You bring up a great point, because utilizing them in this manner, I don't think anyone would have any concern with, because we care about the community that we're in right now. And it emboldens even more the level of trust that we have to uphold with the community by not violating certain trusts during all police incidents. And this is an example of an incident where I think the Sheriff's Department is certainly honoring that trust that the community provides, and public trust is so important in ensuring that the community continues to follow and work with law enforcement when needed, and certainly in this situation it's needed.
Well, we appreciate your compassion and your concern and your care, and I know there are a lot of people who are, working
Ex-roommate.
in law enforcement with the thought of being progressive in policing. There are people in the community and activists who have their own version of what they want from law enforcement, or some don't want law enforcement at all. We know that's a current issue as we look at how history is played out.
When is it appropriate to start drinking? Asked the OG. AST. My answer is it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Those wheels of cheese need to be refrigerated.
Did you want to jump in, Jim? Okay, let me continue on here. All right, so Poplar Street and Wilmington, we're in a neighborhood here. We can see this is a very old truck. The back window has been shot out with those pepper balls. Has had no effect on the driver. He was able to open his window. From that shot there, you can see if he goes forward, he goes into a wash. He goes backward, he goes into a sheriff's department car. He could make a run for it, but there's a neighborhood there. There are residents right there.
I think Stu left. I think they replaced the helicopters.
And they've had them drawn we started the pursuit around 12:55. And
I got a helicopter coming over my house right now.
Should anything go awry, we've had people evacuated, escorted out of their properties. People who live in the neighborhood, law enforcement has had to bring them out. Stu Mandel, let's bring you back into the conversation here as we continue to watch this. Are you seeing any greater activity there, or is it the same thing? We're just sitting here waiting.
Well, I've been watching some of the off-airs on some of the other station, on our station. We're actually headed back to base, just letting the viewers know. So the other helicopter is up right now, so we're getting a picture from them. But I did see those SAB guys showing up. We saw the Air Rescue 5 making their way over there. They're probably going to be bringing in supplies, and also some of those
Stu back.
deputies that we saw.
Stu's not going anywhere. Are you kidding me?
Over there at the Compton Airport, which is literally a stone throw away from where this ended, and they're making their way over there. They're the guys that are going to bring this to an end. They're going to figure out how to get, they probably had practice scenarios where they've dealt with something like this. But in the end, the best thing that would happen for everybody involved would be just to have that suspect give themselves up. I did listen to you guys talking earlier on, and it was, excellent. It was an excellent thing to talk about and see about the de-escalation.
Here's another problem. I got to poop.
They would move farther back, but still be in the area, knowing so that suspect knew that officers or deputies are still there. But they de-escalated, didn't have as many people around there, possibly letting that suspect have a different mind frame and hopefully maybe thinking, well, okay, this isn't as bad. I'll just get out of the car. But in the end, it is going to be that suspect going into custody. Hopefully he won't be injured.
Terry Potter has reached the Chamber of Secrets.
The school that's nearby, I believe, is Davis Elementary. I was looking that up just moments before we left. But there is a school nearby, and Wilmington is one of the major streets right there. So you've got to wonder, school is let out or is going to be letting out. A lot of these folks, if their family members going to pick up children, they might have to detour around. So it is going to inconvenience a lot of folks. But in the end, it's safety. You don't want to see that suspect injured. You don't want to see the general public injured. And those deputies doing an amazing job this afternoon, keeping people safe. And Araxia was the one that pointed it out, is even though it came to an end on a dead-end street, this is, it is just, it might, it was bad luck it was good luck for everybody, because that vehicle stopped moving. And it, for the most part, the public, the folks that would be in the neighborhood if this thing was ripping down their street, they are all safe right now.
All right, we are looking right now.
Whoa, Bearcat!
We call this a Bearcat.
Bearcat! Oh, no, poop can wait. Here it comes.
Why don't you weigh in on this?
Here it comes. We're going 5 stars now. Bearcat inbound.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying, we've seen these in the past, and they are amazing trucks.
Oh, here comes a Bearcat. They're going to clear the way. The Bearcat's going to come, take the lead to the very front. Then they're going to use it.
Trained in their specialized tactics, but one of the specialized tactics is also...
Oh, they're mobilizing around. They're clearing the way for the Bearcat.
Other deputies or innocent people, but if that suspect becomes injured, they're going to be the first responder. They're going to be the
You better clear the whole damn street for that Bearcat.
So that's part of that, what goes on inside those vehicles. They're actually equipped with...
Sheriff's Department Bearcat en route if it can get through.
In an ambulance, heavily armored. That's another big plus.
This is the equivalent of glass shattering. Here comes, it's Austin. It's Austin.
Heavily armored.
ridiculously armored vehicle that cannot be moved is going to have about 4 to 5 people come out of this thing looking like stormtroopers from Star Wars.
It being there also shows that command presence, and that possibly will give that suspect the frame of mind that I'm not going anywhere. This is over. Maybe I should just give up.
It can be very intimidating to see that vehicle behind you. If we can bring in the former Assistant Sheriff James Hemmold, because you work for the Sheriff's Department, I'm wondering what you can tell us about what you think you're seeing here now with that vehicle, what it means for that vehicle to be brought in.
So the Armored Rescue Vehicle, ARV as it's known, and that's the smaller version, that's the Bearcat, is used to put deputies in a position where they're closer to the targeted individual. Unfortunately, he's put us in a situation where we don't know.
You know when you're fighting an enemy in like a video game and they all scatter and run away and you're like, oh, we won. Why are they all running away? And in comes the bigger boss. And you're like, oh, fuck. And the Balrog appears and all the little goblins in the mine run away. It's because the Balrog's coming.
Closer to the situation.
Balrog is coming.
If every precaution is taken in the event that the suspect makes a move that's more desperate, but it also allows for these less lethal options, such as a large stun bag, chemical spray, as well as perhaps the canine. So without giving too much
what type of canines are in the Bearcat?
If a suspect has access to hear these types of options, we know that there's various resources that are available, and each situation is different. So based on the environment that they're in, there's somewhere a command post where a command officer that in my latter years, as I moved up in the organization, that's the post I would take, and the special weapons operators bring options to the forefront. They're tactical experts. They will present various options, and what they see is the best tactical option to have a peaceful resolution. And then the decision's made to deploy that type of tactic based on what's in the best interest. It also provides the opportunity to give additional information. So while all of this is going on, additionally, the patrol officers deputies are evacuating.
They got Dementors in the Bearcat, bro. They open the back doors, Dementors come filing out of that bitch.
The surrounding neighborhood is safe as well. So all of that information funnels in to the command post so that solid, safe decisions can be made that are in the best interest of not only the public, but the deputies on scene, and then eventually the suspect who's actually presenting the problem.
Well, let's talk about what we're dealing with here. It is now 3 o'clock in Los Angeles. I'm Christine Devine here at Fox 11. We are watching.
Bearcat's on the move. Bearcat inbound. Here it comes.
The suspect who led authorities on a chase in the Compton area today ended up being cornered here near a flood control channel. And there we have this standoff. The location is Poplar Street in Wilmington. That pickup coming to a stop around 1 o'clock. There's a wash right in front of him, so he's pinned in from behind. Deputies, if you wonder what they're doing, well, they did fire multiple pepper balls into the cab of the pickup truck out the rear window. Driver didn't move, still sitting with his window down. Apparently got through that. He tried to back into law enforcement vehicles, spinning his tires. Did 2 pit maneuvers, tried to execute 2 pit maneuvers, and that didn't stop the driver. Deputies tossed a gas container into the cab. That didn't
going the wrong way.
So we've had this standoff now for several
That was my
hours.
rendition of NWO Black and White.
And we can take a look now at that video. And with me is Stu Mandel, who's been in Sky Fox. That's the 1 pit maneuver. And our retired chief of sheriff's special operations with the Sheriff's Department, giving us an idea of what his former colleagues are having to deal with there on the job. And the word that's keep coming to mind has been restraint, as we have this suspect just taking over the neighborhood because there's a standoff now. People can't come and go in their neighborhood. There are pedestrians there on the side. They tried to spike strip. That didn't work.
They almost spike strip their own damn team.
Attempts to stop this driver were put into play, and now it's a waiting game to see if he will get out of the vehicle and what law enforcement do to get him out of the vehicle.
Good point. There was many efforts made to essentially stop him in his tracks before he made decisions, as we often see in these pursuits, and certainly Stu can speak to that over the years. The desperation that we see in individuals who are involved in these pursuits. And the pit maneuver was utilized. I was very impressed with the fact that they took precautions and timed the execution of that pit maneuver when there was no danger to the public. Oftentimes, your emotions when you're traveling at a high speed or you have a suspect who is presenting a dangerous situation.
What's Eliana up to?
The emotions can get carried away, and I have not seen evidence of this. In fact, I've seen commendable restraint and calm, professional poise in that they're waiting and timing the execution of some of these tactics when it's appropriate. And so from every standpoint, it appears that they're taking those precautions, and it's good to see our local law enforcement doing that. And having served in Compton for many years as well, I know from town hall and community meetings and coffee meets, and not always positive, sometimes people voicing their concerns, but I know that overwhelmingly the theme is our family and community in Compton appreciate the Sheriff's Department. They just want to see the consistent professionalism, and I think you're seeing evidence of that right here. And so working to constantly do better and working to demonstrate that professionalism that's centered on reverence for human life and ensuring that the safety, the public is safe, and then certainly the deputies on scene, and then also the suspect at hand. So dealing with his emotional status. The crisis negotiators will, I'm sure, be brought in soon, as well as these less lethal options that will be available once the Bearcat is closer to this vehicle.
Well, we've seen so many incidents where the driver has been really putting people in danger. Right now, we're not seeing that. There are no pedestrians of concern. There are no other vehicles. Law enforcement seems to be in a safe manner. He's not been threatening. The most bizarre thing is that he's been inhaling from a balloon and some kind of blue tank, which we might think is nitrous. Don't know, but we keep seeing him hold that tank. He's not been using a phone at all. There you go, right there, playing with that tank again, smoking as well.
Jonathan Kuminga rolled his ankle in pregame warm-ups, just like KD did. He's out. What's going on? What is this contagion?
We haven't seen that, Jim, except for people trying to leave their home to get out of the neighborhood, and they've been escorted out. So law enforcement also has done a good job of blocking off the street and really containing the area.
Yeah, very good point, because oftentimes you can have pedestrians who might mean well. Let's say they know the individual, and they'll try to start speaking to them. And certainly
there's the
family member, the emotions.
They're the Bearcat
family can be helpful
units, I guess.
Them, but we want to assist them so that they can channel their emotions in a positive way. What we have seen when family take independent action and don't coordinate with law enforcement is they can actually escalate the situation because they get frustrated at the lack of responsiveness by the person who's troubled, whether it's mentally or under the influence of an intoxicant. And what often happens is they can drive that behavior higher. So when we interact with families to try to resolve
those are the Dementors.
it's best to
the Bearcat Dementors have been
with professionals,
unleashed.
Negotiators. And so you bring up a good point about onlookers, pedestrians, and quite frankly, most of the time, people are concerned and want to assist. And so a lot of what's going on is the deputies on the ground hopefully taking the time to explain what's going on. You know, it's very frustrating. You have a lot of hardworking people in Compton coming home, just want to come home, attend to their family, get their children home, get to dinner, things of that nature. It can be frustrating. That's real life. Now being held from your own neighborhood, from your own home.
Well,
so that's frustrating too. And so it's important for law enforcement to take the time in respect to explain that situation. And oftentimes people can be frustrated at us for being the bearer of bad news that, hey, you can't get into your home right now. We need to escort you out.
Well, who amongst us hasn't been frustrated by some kind of delay in our own neighborhood or in our path to wherever we're going, work, whatever, because of whatever the delay is, it alters your schedule and alters your day. But you can see law enforcement there across from that wash, across the street there, making sure residents there are safe and staying away and reminding them that there is police activity going on. Even a block over, you see law enforcement. But I can't imagine being the homeowners who live right there, who now are not able to perhaps come home, enjoy their afternoon with their family, kids coming home from school. And if you live in that area, obviously you'd want to keep your doors locked in case the suspect ever were to make a run for it. Obviously, there's been no sign of movement, though, of him even opening the door.
Oh, we're still live.
Law enforcement.
You better believe it.
Sitting there for a good 2 hours now.
Just sitting here waiting on someone to get arrested.
Rick Dickert, who has been in Sky Fox for many, many years, covering many, many events, scenes like this. Rick Dickert, as you are coming into our coverage here, what is your take on what you're seeing here?
Essentially, you could see that pickup truck ran into that dead end. That's Compton Creek there. It's just to the west of Wilmington Avenue, and we are on West Poplar Street. What we're concerned with, just a block away,
Compton Creek.
Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School, and Stu alluded to this, that school is likely letting out at this time, and we're trying to ascertain if that school is on lockdown, if parents can come and pick up their children, because as we widen out in Skyfox, you'll be able to see that middle school is just a stone's throw from where this standoff is occurring.
Here's the Bearcat
out there making some movement. And when we talk about SEB,
look at all those Dementors.
It's the Special Enforcement Bureau of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and they handle high-risk tactical operations involving things like barricades, like this one, hostage situations, or high-risk warrant situations. They have plenty of manpower and women power there on the scene. They have this gentleman surrounded, and they're just going to wait this out. This is a very erratic individual that's under the influence, but yes, protecting the residents of this Compton neighborhood is paramount to these deputies, and they are trying to get everybody out of harm's way. We saw a similar situation last night in which an individual was barricaded after firing on 3 LAPD canine officers. You could see they've got the yellow tape up there. They're surrounding the area, that perimeter, that line. You see the street sign there saying Poplar Street. That was Poplar Street and Wilmington Avenue, which Wilmington is a major north-south thoroughfare which borders General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School. Again, trying to
Imagine if I was still waiting for the laundry. Yeah, all right, Bearcat. Bearcat is near.
Sheriff's patrol car is that SUV. This individual clearly under the influence. We could see.
How is the Bearcat going to get to the bumper?
Truck. He's the only one inside the cab, clearly there. He is communicating at times with those deputies, Christine, but he just doesn't want to give up, and we haven't seen the Sheriff's Department make a move towards that cab yet. But they have that manpower in play. They have that Bearcat there, and now it's just a wait and see.
And so as we think, Rick, of someone not wanting to give up, I want to bring Jim back into the conversation. So why doesn't the person want to give up? As we said, are they under the influence? But I also wonder, do they have some kind of criminal record or some reason why going into custody is a bigger problem for them? Perhaps they have been in the system before. Perhaps they don't want to go back to jail. Perhaps they're going to just wait out their day because they don't want to go to jail, period. But, Jim, you have to factor, if you're the deputies there on the ground, you factor all of that into account here as to why the suspect is not making a move, knowing they can't go anywhere.
That's certainly a good point. All too often, people take desperate actions when they know they're returning to prison for a substantial amount of time. Now, not knowing anything about this individual, that certainly doesn't look at like this behavior, not knowing, because oftentimes with individuals who don't want to be taken, they take more desperate actions, forcing law enforcement into, unfortunately, more deadly confrontations or certainly more hostile confrontations. But that being said, finding as much information as we can to de-escalate the situation, speak to the trouble maybe that he's experiencing right now, whether it's within the family or, like you mentioned, criminal troubles that he believes he has pending. Or it could be a mental health situation or even being intoxicated. Those are the types of things that are important for a crisis negotiator to certainly know, so they can speak to this person's troubles and convince them to take a more desperate action.
Yeah, this is why we pay all these damn taxes in California. This exact reason to watch. You better believe I'm going to watch what I'm paying for.
When the person's in a euphoric state,
We pay for the dementors.
the nitrous oxide, that is something that puts you in a more euphoric or dream or nightmare state because it's not as if it's actually occurring. So sometimes the fear that we would all associate with a hostile confrontation or fleeing from police are removed, and that places law enforcement in a desperate situation or a more tenuous situation, because our efforts are centered around a peaceful resolve. So we're trying to deal with the unknown factor, all centered on ensuring that the public's safe, the deputies on scene are safe, and then, of course, the suspect. And so all of those factors are taken into consideration.
I like hearing your perspective that it doesn't seem to you like this is a person who perhaps has a record in the system trying to avoid going to jail. Again, we may or may not know that. But you're right. I think of some of the more desperate actions we have seen with people that are very frightening, very dangerous. This person is just sitting there. I guess my heart breaks because I know this is somebody's loved one. This is perhaps somebody's father or brother or uncle or son, and perhaps they're watching TV right now. Perhaps they are talking with law enforcement, giving them information or not giving information. But it always saddens me when I see somebody at their worst, having their worst day, knowing that they are somebody's loved one. Jim?
It's very true, and as Rick also brought up, the surrounding area is something that's taken into consideration. The residents, evacuating them, ensuring that they're aware of what's going on. He made mention of the school in the surrounding area, so certainly I'm certain that Compton Sheriff's has taken precautions to ensure that if the person were to go to ground, that you have a deputy sheriff there to apprehend any threat that is presented. So taking every precaution is certainly a huge part of that. Regarding the suspect and his background, and of course we may not know, it certainly doesn't fit that type of profile, but the unknown factor, you never know. People respond in different ways, but as we saw with the murder of the Riverside deputy sheriff who just contacted somebody on a normal traffic stop, and the person was presuming and assuming that the deputy knew that he was going to go to prison, so he opened fire on this innocent deputy sheriff. And then, of course, last night with LAPD, you have
another two Bearcats.
Behaviors of a more desperate suspect. This person,
a second Bearcat.
Individual. We don't know what's driving that, and certainly finding that out will be a goal of crisis negotiators and the deputies on the scene for the sake of trying to have a peaceful resolve to this situation. But the deputies have really demonstrated professionalism.
That's a lot of Bearcats.
Knew when to push the action and block the individual from leaving, even though he cornered himself. Normally, distance is a good friend of law enforcement, but I think a good decision was made by the deputy to say, all right, at this point, we have to pin him in rather than have him continue the pursuit and turn around and endanger more public or deputies in the field. So I would say good decision-making appears to be at hand, and certainly professionalism and human reverence for human life is at the top, and it's very impressive.
So as we see this really tremendous show of law enforcement here, we're seeing that second Bearcat. I'm thinking of the expense and the manpower. In your opinion, is this second armored vehicle needed in a situation like this?
Well, not knowing exactly what they're dealing with or what the background is, I don't know if the person has a weapons history, is believed to have a weapon in the vehicle. I'm not really privy to that information, so it would be difficult to second guess that. But I do know that using several ARVs for one tactical operation is quite common, and oftentimes it's to maybe prevent anyone from leaving or to bring in more resources in a safe manner. And oftentimes those resources could be a canine.
The sniper sleeper darts you joke about actually are a thing in San Bernardino.
Closer range, things of that nature. Certainly a canine could be helpful. if it goes on too long. Making that decision of when to, if this continues to stand still and not pose public danger as far as based on the actions of preventing the person from leaving, then making the decision as to when to move with the suspect is so dependent on
This would be this would be Austin Powers.
many of which is the suspect armed, how long.
Never going to happen, though. Not enough space for it.
From,
Even for that
home.
scene.
I mean, they have a right to live peacefully in their home, but reverence for human life will obviously guide a lot of those decision making, and certainly in the short term, they'll wait this person out as they should.
Those look like first responders. It says paramedics on the back of that Dementor truck.
To surrender peacefully.
Well, as we're watching this show of law enforcement here, Jim, I think I'm going to go back in time with you and I maybe 25 years ago, where I had a chance to partake in Simulation Village and some of the police training tactics. And I remember one scene where I had to be the officer and go to a certain call and pat someone down. Actually, it was a traffic stop. And I thought I did a great job. I thought I was in the clear, and the person had a weapon in their shoe. So we don't know the actions of people. I did another simulation with the sheriff's department in which a person had a weapon under the couch cushion. So when you think visibly everything looks clear and the person seems to be perhaps not a threat, we know there can be different behaviors with people who are in distress. This person's been sitting in his vehicle since the pursuit around 1 o'clock, sitting here, sucking on that tank there. So we're guessing perhaps not of right mind. But Jim, I just think of those different scenarios that you were present at them. We go way back many years, you and I, and just to have those different scenarios that you all are trained to encounter unpredictability.
Yes, you bring up a good point. And first of all, to the point of you and the professionalism that showed to understand, because you guys have been constantly reporting these types of important activities that involve law enforcement in the community. So for you to get to know them firsthand speaks to the professionalism of yourself and the organization you work for. But furthermore, to the larger point of hiding weapons and things of that nature, that has to do with everything that goes into law enforcement. Every contact that we make is centered on, does the person possess a weapon that can hurt the public or myself? And that's with each contact. So all too often, where law enforcement can be perceived as going wrong is not just providing a calm, simple explanation of what activities we're doing, whether it's searching an individual or sometimes looking into a car with a flashlight when you approach a vehicle, things of that nature, taking the time to explain calmly what it is you're doing and why, and it's for the safety of the individual, and also to make sure that you can have a safe interaction, whether it's a traffic stop or you're responding to a domestic violence call inside of somebody's house, or something just as simple as a disturbance that we don't know the background. We just want to be aware that nobody is going to present a danger to that situation. And over 33 years in law enforcement, unfortunately, I've seen very close friends killed in the line of duty for the community. And oftentimes it's firearms that present that, and they're firearms that are concealed on other individuals, or pursuit operations immediately after a pursuit. They open fire, or approaching a house or approaching a vehicle. So we see a common theme that are danger zones for law enforcement. And so I think you bring up a good point about it's so important for law
Those are in fact Dodge Chargers,
be aware. Are we approaching somebody?
Bearcats are all Dodge Chargers.
And it's not only for the safety of the deputy and the public, but also that individual. And unfortunately, the unknown factor is what presents that danger to law enforcement, because we do not have the opportunity to know.
Thank you, Medio
whether
Kremlin.
that individual has a weapon.
I'm glad you're having fun.
So all of the intel
Yeah, I probably should have pooped.
prior to approaching is certainly in the benefit of law enforcement.
And sadly, a very real issue in more recent years, too, has been suicide by cop, where the person is pushing law enforcement to engage. and ends up in deadly consequences. Rick Dick, I'm going to bring you in a second, but I want to roll video here.
I think it's time for a poop, my friends.
Right here, this is one action taken by that driver who's been boxed in that standoff, that barricade situation there in his vehicle, where he just is hitting the gas there.
BRB.
And he's blocked in by that sheriff's vehicle. That shows you the erratic nature and behavior of this driver, reminding viewers he led people on a pursuit. He led law enforcement on this pursuit through the Compton area, in which there were attempts to spike strip. There were 2 pit maneuvers, and he got away as well. Pepper balls have been sprayed in, and this has been the action of the driver. So is this person dangerous? Hard to tell. Obviously erratic, obviously willing to put pedestrians and people on the street in danger if they're leading police and law enforcement on a pursuit. I think meteorologist Rick Dickert, who's played double duty because you've been in Skyfox so many times covering things like this. This right here goes to show you the erratic nature of this driver.
Yeah, that's right. And the larger box there, that's earlier video. The smaller box is a live shot. And as we look live geographically, just if you're tuning in, this is in the community of Compton, and that is Poplar Street there, a dead end into Compton Creek. There's a bike path there as well, and a pedestrian bridge, and the sheriff's deputies have that area covered there. And Assistant Chief Hellman, retired Assistant Chief Hellman, touched on this, but this is really important as we look at this scene here, that there is nothing ordinary about any incident which these deputies deal with. Nothing ordinary or routine. I, in my years up in Skyfox, covered so many tragic situations, and I recall the SWAT officer from the Pomona Police Department, Sean Diamond, who was serving a warrant, an early morning warrant, and he was shot and killed. There's been a handful of those situations that have occurred, and this individual clearly not in a good frame of mind. We are seeing him use nitrous oxide here, erratic, looking in his rearview mirror here at all of those deputies, at the Bearcat there. Special Enforcement Bureau, all the deputies on scene there. Nearby is General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School, still trying to get word if parents are concerned if that school is on lockdown, meaning that the students and the teachers have to just hunker down in place, or if parents can come and pick up their children. We're still trying to find that out. That school is literally just a couple of blocks away from where this situation is unfolding in the community of Compton. Wilmington Avenue, a major north-south thoroughfare there just to the east of Compton Creek, appears to be open at this time. This is just north of Compton Municipal Airport. You can see a great shot from Skyfox there of this individual, the one man in the cab of that pickup truck there, and all of the deputies behind. Again, there is a pedestrian bridge across Compton Creek there, paralleling Compton Creek there. On the east side of the creek is that bike path that I saw that there were deputies on both sides there. They've set up that perimeter. You can see that tank there, Christine, in the lap of that man. And it's just a waiting game now.
Rick, I'm going to ask our team to stand by. In just a few minutes, we're going to transition to our web, to the digital, foxla.com, and return you to regular programming. If we can roll that pit maneuver video one more time, I'd love to wrap up a little bit and show that so viewers can see what more we are dealing with right here as this driver led law enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, on this pursuit. Pit maneuver number 1 right there. Watch how this driver manages to maneuver through law enforcement and make his escape there. Watch how he weaves through all these vehicles there and goes over that median there to get away. That was pit maneuver number 1. There's going to be a second one coming up. You saw pedestrians there on the street. They're in danger. Look at him sucking on that balloon there. So obviously we know there was a second pit right there. And we saw an attempt at a spike strip earlier. Just minutes. There he goes again, over the median again. So this is what we've been dealing with since around 12:55, 1 o'clock. Look at the moves that driver is taking to get away. Drives into this blocked-in area where there is a wash. It's a dead-end area and has been sitting there ever since. So Fox 11 is staying on the coverage here, but we are going to send you to our website, send you to the internet, foxla.com, to continue watching this, to see how this comes to an end. My team's going to stay with me, Rick Dickert, and if we have Assistant Sheriff James Hemmel willing to stick around, giving up his Thursday, to give perspective, we'd like to see how this comes to an end. We do know there's been greater activity with those armored rescue vehicles that
you miss me?
brought into play there. We don't know if at some point law enforcement's going to say, we're going to move in here. We're going to take action. The driver can't go forward. There's a wash there. Can't back up. We will, again, send you to the web, foxla.com. We want to thank everybody for sticking with us as we watch what's playing out here in our community with our law enforcement as they try to bring this to a close. We would think that it wouldn't go on this long, but this guy's been able to
4 minutes and
sit it
30
out
seconds.
and wait it out. And there he is.
We're
sitting in
good
the
so
car,
far.
And from time to time, sucking on whatever he's sucking on. There's that tank. All right, so I'm Christine Devine here at Fox 11 News. Of course, Fox 11 is back on at 5 o'clock. Join myself and Alex Michelson. We'll have full coverage. In the meantime, we'll continue this right here and be with you throughout this, foxla.com. All right, thanks for being with us. I'm Christine Devine, Fox 11 News.
You guys in the comments are like, they're gonna cut it, they're gonna cut it. Like I'm already not in the specific stream,
1 o'clock
in the
afternoon.
embedded stream. No, I'm not watching the live TV stream.
FoxLA.com. We thank you for being with us with our coverage here to see how this plays out. What's been happening more recently is that Bearcat right there, that armored vehicle.
They're gonna cut it, Bob. They're gonna cut it. Come back. You guys need me. You need me.
It's the sheriff's SEB unit there. There are 2 of those vehicles there. As you see,
How dare you? How dare you doubt me like I would put you in a position?
There's a wash.
Like I'm not the one, like I'm not Chase Red Zone.
From this tank here, often a tank like that has nitrous oxide.
I think this is my first chase.
He's been
I think it's my first
smoking
marathon
outside. He's
chase.
been hailing from a balloon while he was driving the vehicle. And basically, we're looking at a neighborhood here that is watching it. Well, as they're moving.
Keep asking me if I wash my hands. You guys are like, come back, come back.
I mean, eventually, you got to wonder if that tank runs out. Okay, this is something I haven't really seen. Rick Dickert, are you watching this here with his arms out of the vehicle there?
Yeah, whether or not that's just his reaction to feeling how he's feeling as he continues to suck into that tank, or if he's actually trying to show deputies that, okay, here's my arms, but I think it is...
Where else are you going to go for police chase coverage?
Being a bit lethargic.
No one else out there doing police chases this way.
He's been
Not for the past decade.
That tank there. Again, Poplar Street here. If you're just joining us online, thank you very much. This is in the community of Compton. A standoff here. When we mention SEB from the LA County Sheriff's Department, that's the acronym for the Special Enforcement Bureau. And they are special because they handle high-risk tactical operations involving things like this: barricades, hostage situations, high-risk warrant situations here. This Poplar Street is a dead end into Compton Creek. Compton Creek runs north-south. There's a bike path on the east side of that creek there. They've essentially set up a containment. The deputies have surrounded the area, keeping everybody out of harm's way. There's a pedestrian bridge crossing over that creek, but the road dead ends right there. And that's where this pursuit did create that situation in which it did end there. Nearby, and we're still trying to get information about General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School, just a block to the east of this location, off of Wilmington and Poplar. If that school is on lockdown, or if those students have been able to leave the campus there for parents to come pick them up, typically that's not the case. Just for safety, they keep those kids locked down with their teachers until these situations come to an end. They have to expect the worst always, Christine.
This also, I was supposed to do some cleaning today, and I haven't been able to do that
All the
yet.
units are on scene here. Yes, SWAT is there. We have the 2 Bearcat units here, but we have a man who's acting very erratically. There's the tank. He continues to suck into that tank, clearly under the influence at this time, acting erratically here. The bottom line is they want to bring this to a safe conclusion.
Yeah. The question is when. We've been talking about...
Yeah, I'd like to know that too. When?
We've been talking about...
Someone's got to watch Pistons versus Hornets.
Comes the law enforcement bringing something to a close. And right now it's been waiting this out.
No, that date that I canceled the other night because of that Knicks Celtics game has not texted me back. Can you believe it?
They've been just waiting this out, hoping this man would come out peacefully. I mentioned early on, but there's been no sign of him needing the bathroom or a lunch break or any reason to get out, to bring this to a close. Where does this person think he's going? Is the person just resisting going to jail, going to sit it out until somebody brings it to a close?
And they'll bring in crisis negotiators if they have not already. They've obviously tried to communicate with this individual. We haven't seen him on a cell phone, at least from our vantage point, if he has one with him or if it's charged even at this point so that he can communicate with someone. If people, you mentioned this earlier, Christina, this is a man who's having an awful day and he's in a very dark place right now and he's acting out accordingly. And if somebody at home, a friend, a relative is seeing this and providing intel to the LA County Sheriff's Department there at this Compton scene so that they have a better understanding of where he's coming from and why he's at this place right now. The bottom line is they're doing whatever they can to bring this to a peaceful resolution, to keep the residents safe, to make sure that all these homes in and around Poplar Street and Wilmington Avenue running north-south there on the east side of Compton Creek, Poplar Street there, a very small residential east-west.
Won't date a basketball fan, but will she date a streamer?
Keeping everybody safe.
I would much rather be doing this,
Line
for sure,
situation
and talking about the shitty NBA games.
The time is on the deputy's side, as we always say, Christine. They want to make sure they have enough manpower in place so that they can bring this to an end.
5 stars because we have multiple Bearcats,
including any deputies and this man.
Yeah, I can't help but think of this as somebody's relative and loved one who is.
Oh, okay. We've heard you say this like 10 times.
That they will
Come
be
on.
going to jail at the end of the day. It's got to be a painful situation for family and friends of this man, who clearly.
Do you guys mind if I start vacuuming? I'd like to get some of my vacuuming done.
What he's inhaling and what that does to the brain and to the thoughts, and I want to bring in Jim again, retired from the LA County Sheriff's Department as a chief and assistant sheriff. I want to bring you back in. You talked about how somebody inhaling a substance of some sort does affect the ability to reason. So with crisis negotiators, that discussion might not even come into play as a reasonable discussion. Jim, your thoughts?
You bring up a great point, as did Rick, when he mentioned about what the crisis negotiators will do as far as get some background from the family as what might be troubling this individual. And that certainly goes into play. But if the person's in a state of euphoria or not rational behavior, either through the chemical or mental unstableness or both, then it does change the tact of crisis negotiators as far as trying to reason or catch the attention of the individual, all centered on having a peaceful resolution to it. Interestingly, I'm seeing on the live shot, we're talking about this nitrous oxide, and I noticed that he has a cigarette, which presents a whole other danger if the two connect, if there's an open flame that would connect to a live source, depending on what's generating that nitrous oxide. So oftentimes that can lead in an explosive type situation. So that can also, little nuances like that can also drive why the Special Enforcement Bureau is waiting and taking every precaution before stepping in and taking the person into custody, knowing exactly what's in the vehicle. But I can see on a couple of occasions he's had a cigarette and you see the smoke coming out. So.
Well, gosh, given that thought, does that perhaps give law enforcement extra concern? I mean, that's a whole different kind of danger there.
It does. If every precaution is taken, and oftentimes in the practice days at Special Enforcement Bureau, having served there both on the line and then eventually as commanding officer for Special Operations Division, I know that these experts deal with training constantly. In between the hundreds of incidents that we actually have, whether it's warrant operations or barricaded suspects or hostage negotiations or things of that nature, there's constantly something going on, and in between the actual deployment is training. And what you introduce into each of the training equations is new activity that any possibility of what could occur. And oftentimes what can occur is the reaction to chemical substances, the reaction to oxygen, things of that nature, or contained gas, things of that nature. So we take those types of precautions. Obviously with the canine, you practice gunfire so the dog understands and remains calm during those situations, and we see how they respond. And so taking every precaution and training for every type of scenario, this is quite a common scenario that it's trained with. And so they're formulating what plan applies to this situation. And we can know through our experience, whether it's yourself or me or Rick, generally speaking, how law enforcement deal with these situations. But what we don't know are some of the details of intel that they're getting. And when I say intel, we're referring to, is this person armed? As you mentioned before, is this person fleeing something, whether it's criminal charge, a family situation, other factors that we don't know. Does he have a history of mental illness or erratic behavior? So a lot of these things are, as Rick mentioned, time is on law enforcement side, and they're going to try to garner as much information to bring this situation to a peaceful resolution. And using that information is certainly helpful.
Do you guys not want me to vacuum?
We see a lot of waiting going on right now.
People are subscribing.
Probably a crisis negotiator.
They must like me vacuum.
Already there and trying to formulate a plan. The tactical operators are always on the forefront of those plans, because if the person takes immediate action, then you have
I'm not done vacuuming.
Contingency to deal with that. Unfortunately,
do you want me to mute the vacuum?
The use of force
while I do it over here?
Level, but the suspect oftentimes
I'll mute. Here.
Provide that opportunity for law enforcement, as we saw with LAPD's situation last night when the 3 canine officers were fired upon. So hopefully this situation remains at a lower level, which the deputies have successfully done.
Yeah, and not just fired on, they were actually shot, taken to the hospital. Luckily, we were told they were in stable condition. I believe 2 are leaving the hospital today. Non-life-threatening injuries, but still wounds that can affect you for an entire lifetime. We're hoping for their quick recovery.
Should we do a poll? Yes or no, vacuum,
here, it's so
mute the vacuum.
unpredictable. But if you're a neighbor there, or
Ranger, could we get a poll?
or perhaps the general public watching, might you be thinking, you know what, enough. You don't just get to just sit there and take over a neighborhood. You don't get to tie up law enforcement. You don't get to incur the expense that taxpayers have to pay for all of this expense when it comes to
He did the poll.
standoff for several hours.
Should I mute the vacuum? You can vote now.
We're in tune with what frontline deputy sheriffs have to deal with in the context of we serve a community and we answer to the community, and oftentimes, ironically,
58% say no.
Delivered to law enforcement. And
what is wrong with you people?
The tensions are high. Even though we didn't cause this situation,
you guys want chaos?
Remedy and taking every precaution to ensure the neighbors are all safe. Oftentimes, people are frustrated with the bearer of bad news, which is usually law enforcement. So,
what is wrong with you people?
I'm certain that our community relations personnel, as well, and actually that responsibility with each deputy is understanding that approach from a standpoint of human decency and understanding their frustration.
56% say no. You better vote yes.
People do get frustrated.
If you don't want to hear this damn vacuum.
Collaboration and cooperation and appreciation of law enforcement. I can tell you in Compton that's extremely high, having served there for many years. And, it's not always possible.
Let me give you an idea of what you're about to hear if you vote no.
Of a nearby station. Oftentimes there would be.
How does that sound in your ears?
Conduct or perceived conduct of deputies. And
let's see if that convinces people to vote. Oh God, the poll's going to end. It's still 54%.
Frustration, and quite frankly, there are times when
that noise got a couple of votes for yes.
And action has to be taken, whether it's disciplinary or even at the extreme cases.
And now it's going up. Oh, you guys are going to lose.
That has to occur, but right here, what we're seeing is the professionalism, which
the poll's about to end.
Is overwhelming. overwhelmingly what you get from law enforcement. And I believe the community,
Poll ended.
I know the content community believes that as well.
When it finished.
Understanding the frustration that comes sometimes with those.
Mute the vacuum. No. 51%.
And acknowledge.
Mute the vacuum. Yes. 49%.
Scenarios where people see that the actions of the sheriff's department and
Let the power of the suction rain down upon you all. You shall not pass.
oftentimes suspects can put us in that situation to have a peaceful resolution, and hopefully that occurs tonight.
Well, first and foremost, law enforcement wants to go home to their own families each and every night. I'm thinking, of my own family, in which I've had a very, very, very close member of my family. And we had way too many encounters with law enforcement, ended up in jail, in prison, etc. And you always want for them to do their time, if they have to do their time, but also to be alive, to come home as well one day, knowing the traumas and troubles that they have found themselves in, like this gentleman has found himself in. He's in trouble here. Obviously, this has to come to an end because people live here. People have a right, as you have said, Jim, to their own safety and security and their home ownership. How many kids are not coming home down this street from school right now, and where are they? And their parents have to be worrying about them if they're not with them. How many people are perhaps elderly or in need of something from the grocery store or the pharmacy who can't get out of their neighborhood. So this comes to an end. But Jim, also, it's 3:45 in the afternoon. Eventually it gets dark out. So does this play out in the dark?
As Rick had mentioned earlier, time is on our side now, meaning law enforcement. And at this point in time, as long as it doesn't pose a safety hazard to the public and the deputies at hand, then we'll try to calmly and systematically speak this person into to surrendering without further incident. As far as those precautions for the
stain on my floor.
Oftentimes what happens is we utilize the community resources, whether it's the Compton Salvation Army, which is right there off of Compton Avenue. It's not too far away. And then also there's a great church, Pastor Rafer Owens with Faith Missionary Baptist Church, which is right there. He opens his doors to the community. So oftentimes what they'll do is provide a shelter in place for
there's like a
the residents.
stain, a poop stain on my floor.
People in Compton
but it's not poop.
and are ready and willing and able to help their residents.
How do I get this out?
So really
It's from the beach. It's from my shoes.
Even though the suspect tried to ruin folks' day,
Son of a bitch.
you have the sheriff's department who took precaution and used.
You guys, since we don't have any more stew, I wonder if we have Ileana.
Now they have him in a situation.
Let's find out, shall we?
Presenting what appears to be an obvious danger to the public. We're continuing to evacuate. The sheriff's department is continuing to evacuate folks from the area. And now those longer real life situations that you mentioned, as far as
fishing spot, which is
if there's elderly people that need medications, if there's children that need to get home and do their homework and have dinner, those are real life situations. And great community volunteers, like I mentioned, the church that's right up the street, and the Compton Salvation Army and other great organizations.
They can clearly see him.
Ileana!
He's got his window down so they can see him. It doesn't look like there's very
Okay.
tint on that rear window.
You're done.
They can see his hands, which is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing, is for them to be able to
You're
see
out.
his hands to make sure that he's not.
You are
reaching
fucking
for a
out.
weapon. The other good thing is they know exactly who this is. They are in communication with his family. They're able to get information about his background and what behavioral emergency he may be going through, to be able to get the right people out here that will be able to help
Finally.
him to hopefully come out of the vehicle peacefully and get him to the hospital.
And before you arrived on the scene, we had Roland Spruill in News Chopper 4, and he was following this as we watch him as he's
Ileana. She's probably on. Ileana's gotta be.
He saw some people in
Probably
the
my
bus
biggest
and they
crush
actually
on
were
earth
having
right
trouble,
now. I go through
getting people to get
cycles.
out of the Y. wash because they were worried about them and they were evacuating people, and I guess people were hiking or walking along that area. So yeah, they had a little bit of trouble getting those people out of the area when this was just starting to all unfold. But now I'm wondering, what is he doing there? What is he messing with there in the glove compartment?
Yeah, he's definitely reaching for something, but again, he's been taking hits from that NOS canister, so it's unclear if he even realizes.
Take us home, Ileana.
But he's definitely reaching for something. We'll of course be careful, just because we don't know what that may be. But you were mentioning the wash. Of course, this is the Compton Wash, or the Compton Creek, and it does have a bike trail on either side of it. So it is often a quite busy area. You see cyclists making their way down here. You've got a lot of people who also go on walks. So those are the people you were talking about that had to be cleared out. But as I widen out the shot, you'll also see that this is actually affecting the street that is to the west of the wash, and that's going to be Kemp Avenue. That's also a residential street, so homes on either side of the street, and this is also where the fire department is staging. And again, the fire department will do this just in case their services are needed, just in case somebody gets hurt, whether it be an officer or the man in the vehicle or a civilian. They want to make sure that they have the appropriate resources necessary close by to be able to give any of those folks medical attention.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot I was going to ask you about the fire department, if they were staging there anywhere close by, just in case they needed any sort of assistance, because that's a common procedure.
Get out of
They
my
would call
floor.
into any scene like this, they would show up and, as you said, be ready to assist.
Correct, yeah, and since we're in Compton, this is going to be Compton Fire, and they'll have them nearby just in case their services are needed. They typically have an ambulance as well. I'm not seeing it here, but
Eliana's voice is just such changes
the
vibes and the mood of the coverage. Before it felt like she's just repeating the same points, going back and forth. The helicopter. Eliana is just a free-flowing conversation of knowledge.
That is when the police department, in this case the sheriff's department, would give the fire department the all clear to come in and tend to anyone who may need medical attention.
Me? 1, 2. Assistance of the fire department, and but they are there, Ileana, as you said, just in case they need.
What is happening?
Okay, copy that. And once again, we're looking at the standoff. It's going to be Poplar Street and Compton Avenue. And thank you again for continuing to watch us here on the stream. And we do have the NBC4 News at 4 o'clock coming up here in the next few minutes. So if you're near a TV, you can tune it in on Channel 4. We'll be there live, and of course continuing to stream here on NBCLA.com and all of our streaming platforms as the LA County Sheriff's Department continues their efforts to take a pursuit driver into custody who is refusing to come out of this white Ford truck with what looks to be wood in the back. The driver is
cheese, Eliana, cheese
in the vehicle, and he does have that blue canister that you see there that he is hugging tight. It does appear to be some sort of a NOS canister, and repeatedly he takes hit after hit, but doesn't really seem to do much to get him to come out of the car. We haven't seen him make any effort to open the door or throw the keys out. Instead, he is continuing to sit there as he is surrounded by deputies from the LA County Sheriff's Department. And real quickly, I'm going to ask my pilot, James Pollard, if he could update me on our fuel situation, as we arrived here about an hour ago or so just want to confirm the time. We have an hour and 10 on scene. That is for our assignment desk, Ryan. So an hour 10 on scene, but we'll continue to watch the situation where you see 2 of the Sheriff's Department Special Enforcement Bureau vehicles. Those are going to be what is colloquially called a Bearcat, and you see that this one is empty. But you've got this other one that now has additional members of the SCB team to the rear of it. And they, of course, are trying to come up with a game plan. What is the best way to approach this man? From covering other situations like this, sometimes they will just approach with a shield and pull him out. Sometimes they will deploy a police dog and let the dog pull him out. And, of course, they make it extremely obvious that the dog could bite him. So they will say that over the loudspeaker. They will tell the person in the car, we're about to deploy the dog, and he will bite you if you don't come out. And oftentimes, just the threat alone is enough to get these individuals to surrender. But for now, I actually haven't seen any K-9 units here. It looks like it's just the SCB, so the Special Enforcement Bureau members, along with regular uniformed patrol officers from the LA County Sheriff's Department. And again, in terms of where we're in Compton. We're on a small street called Poplar. It runs between the Compton Wash and Wilmington Avenue, which is going to be completely shut down here in the area, both directions, essentially from Arbutus Street, hope I got that right, from Arbutus Street to the south, and Cedar Avenue to the north. And as I push in here one more time, you'll see that it really is a static situation. We have the vehicle that was involved in this pursuit. And again, this kicked off at around 1 o'clock. It was a pursuit of a reckless driver. Fortunately, no collisions reported. Our roll-up sprue was overhead in our primary chopper when that pursuit broke out. And he stayed overhead until he ran out of fuel, and we were able to take over in our secondary chopper. And since we've been overhead, we haven't seen much movement in terms of the car moving. We understand that before our second helicopter arrived on scene, he did make an effort to reverse course, but wasn't able to budge out of this spot. And,
SCGC, 7 months.
There's a regular
could have had a child in that time.
Directly behind him, but we don't believe anybody is in that vehicle anymore. And behind that is where you have the SCB, the Bearcat, and you see those deputies from the SCB unit. And I'm counting them real quick. It looks like we have about 7 or so. So 7 members of the Special Enforcement Bureau. That's equivalent to LAPD's SWAT team, for example. And
What are they even doing with the Bearcats? That's a good question, isn't it? Question of the day.
Very lengthy chase continues.
Waiting for permission of some kind, I guess?
Stay in this car,
I don't know.
continuing
I've
to
given
take
up
hits
asking
from,
questions.
that NOS canister, and appears to be smoking as well, because I just saw what looked like smoke, and he keeps looking out the window, looking in his mirror, and hanging out partially. We have seen him hang both of his arms out, but again, no efforts being made to open the door and try to exit the vehicle.
Eliana, it's Carolyn and Michael back with you now, and noticing the posture of those deputies near the Bearcat that you mentioned, those 2 on scene, and it just seems like they're kind of hanging back at this point. It doesn't appear that anything is imminent as far as an approach to the driver.
Yeah, at this point, it definitely gives me the feeling that they're waiting for something. So perhaps waiting for a crisis negotiator, or perhaps waiting for a pre-recorded audio of a family member that will try to convince him to come out. But at this point, you can see, I don't want to call it a relaxed posture per se.
I have to warm my TV up.
I
I have to turn the TV on for 7 minutes before I can turn on the cable box, because if I do, it's just, I don't know, it's a power surge, and it blows out the TV. So I have to turn the TV on, then I get to turn the power box on, the cable box, after 7 minutes. You guys have seen that TV. 2006.
And he is under the influence of whatever it is that he's inhaling. So at this point, he may not even be completely cognizant of what is going on. And they've actually made efforts to get him out using gas that would be very irritant to a normal person who is not under the influence of anything. But in this case, because he is under the influence of what we believe to be NOS, he is just hanging out in the vehicle and refusing to come out.
Yeah, we were speaking with Deputy Mesa with the LA County Sheriff's Department not too long ago, and he says that the mental evaluation team is there. Crisis negotiation teams are there as well, but they've been highly unsuccessful in ending this Standoff with this suspect here at this point. We know that family members have arrived on
Right?
scene.
TVs are so cheap. I paid $700 for this Philips 36-inch TV in 2006. Crazy, right? You could get the same TV now for, well, not this exact, but the same dimensions for maybe $200 max.
Some sort of plea to that driver.
Yeah, they could definitely try to get them on the PA system, or they can.
I understand my TV is older than some of you watching.
Try to convince them to surrender, but at this point, it's unclear if that has happened. We of course can't hear what is going on the ground, but oftentimes in these situations, when there's a police,
I still have it though.
overhead,
I'm still
they
using
even
it.
make the announcements from the helicopter. But in this case, there isn't one. It's been a very static situation now for over an hour. So for that reason, they were able to pull the police helicopter off, because clearly this guy isn't going anywhere. The car's not going to budge. And should he open the door and try to take off running, of course, he's under the influence.
And that's also not out of the question. If he doesn't drive the truck into the creek, he could get out, hop the fence, and go swimming in the creek.
And Eliana, we're getting ready to bring in our viewers on air on NBC4. Of course, we're going to continue streaming on this platform as well. But just wanted to let everybody know that that is the plan. And, or I believe actually we'll be moving off of this channel, and you'll catch us at NBC4 and online, NBCLA.com.
All right, so as we give you the final shot here of what is happening in the city of Compton with this particular driver.
NBC4 News at 4 starts with breaking news.
That breaking news happening in Compton, the end of a police pursuit that's turned into a standoff for the last several hours. Thanks for joining us at 4. I'm Carolyn Johnson.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Let's get right up to NBC4's Eliana Moreno live in News Chopper 4. Eliana.
It was a lengthy chase and now a very lengthy standoff here in Compton. And where we're at is Poplar Street. It's a small residential area with homes on either side of the street that is just between the Compton Wash that you see there on the left of the screen and then Wilmington Avenue on the right. Now, this is a pursuit of what was a reckless driver in that white Ford truck, the only person in the car. And fortunately, no collisions during the pursuit, although it was quite dangerous at times, and eventually ended up here at this dead end where the driver tried to get out of this situation, but he simply couldn't. And since then, he has just been hanging out in the truck, taking hits from what we believe to be a NOS canister, and just refusing to come out, really making no effort to engage with the officers in any way. He's very finicky, just moving around within the vehicle. Fortunately, nobody in there with him. And the homes here in the area on either north or south side of Poplar.
Approaching, we're 5 seconds away from 3-hour stream. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3-hour stream and running.
Liana, thank you for that. And we've certainly seen sheriff's deputies showing great patience out here as they have worked to get this driver to surrender. And earlier, News Chopper 4 was overhead capturing those officers throwing gas canisters into the truck. We saw the driver wiping his eyes from the pain of it, but it wasn't enough to force him out of the vehicle.
All right, NBC4's Ted Chen has been monitoring the situation from the ground. He joins us live now with an update. Ted, what do you got?
Carolyn, Michael, you heard Ariana talk about the pursuit and the standoff, and it's the standoff part that's really had a very big impact in this neighborhood. Wilmington, all the way from Compton to Rosecrans, it's pretty much been shut off to traffic. A lot of neighbors are just simply standing around waiting to get back to their homes and hoping this driver will eventually get out of his truck, which he hasn't for more than 2 hours now. Let's show you some of this chase, as Ariana talked about, starting with a call of a reckless driver and then winding up.
What's going on over here?
Suspect and in his truck, dead ending at the Compton Wash and Poplar, just west of Wilmington. And that's when he began to exhibit what can only be called bizarre behavior, inhaling from balloons, inhaling from canisters, and backing up against a sheriff's vehicle, trying to get away by
Why is
spinning
he
his
giving us
tires
the...
and generating a lot of smoke for quite a bit, but not being able to get away that way, and then trying to escape the pepper balls, the gas canisters that were thrown his way by law enforcement, which obviously impacted him. We saw him wiping his eyes a lot while this was happening, and we saw him sticking his head out of the vehicle as well. Maybe we might be able to get a sheriff's information officer here to talk to in just a moment and see what's happening. But first, here are some neighbors to talk about the impact in the neighborhood.
They just knocked on the door and
Sideline interview.
to get out. Some relative is gonna come and pick us up because we don't know how long it's gonna take. And my son comes out right now, like from school in an hour. We have to go pick him up as well.
Your cars are over there.
All our cars are over there.
This guy is sitting in his car. They done threw 3 canisters in there, and he threw them all out. They walked up to the car 3 times, so it don't seem like the guy is
Tommy Briscoe.
a threat, because he would have probably, protect himself or shot by now. But they just let this go on, and there's other crime that's going out here in the city that these policemen can go to.
We'll go on, and correct. These neighbors have been...
Hold on. As much as I love all this reporting, if we're not getting Eliana...
To speed on this, but we've been here since 1 o'clock. This driver's sitting there. He's been inhaling something from a blue tank. He was driving, inhaling from a balloon while he was driving in the pursuit. He drove himself right here into this area that is a dead end because there's a wash there. He's not going anywhere. We saw crazy video of him revving the back tires trying to reverse into that sheriff's vehicle. What's been happening tonight has been that Bearcat in position. Okay, right there. That's the shot there of the driver trying to get away while he's blocked in, let alone the shots of driving over or perhaps around a spike strip and going through, escaping 2 pit maneuvers. There he is. So we don't know the nature of this guy. We do know he's been inhaling off that tank throughout the whole time sitting there.
It's fair to say he's under the influence of something, maybe?
Okay, and here's that video, pit maneuver number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, stay tuned. Watch for this driver to weave his way through these sheriff's vehicles, continuing to weave his way, and then going over the median right there. And you have pedestrians there. Pedestrians right there, watching it. Okay, and then you have this driver continue on. You'll now see him inhaling from that balloon in the pursuit at pit maneuver number 2. And watch again. He gets away yet again, driving over the median, like literally driving it with his in the center of his vehicle, getting away from law enforcement. And then you will see this driver drive into this dead end. And this has been the rest of our afternoon, Alex.
Well, clearly this person is not thinking rationally, because this is not the way somebody rationally would think. Clearly they are under the influence here, and they're essentially stuck. Hard to imagine what other options this person has at this point other than to keep driving and end up in a wash there, which, could potentially kill them. So now we're all standing by and watching and waiting, of course, for the LASD and the other law enforcement agencies on this. They have all day. They're not operating under the confines of a news schedule or people's attention span. They can wait this person out. Meanwhile, everybody else nearby is like, let's wrap this thing up already. Mm-hmm. And you see the sheriff's vehicles, the folks there that are gathered behind the Bearcat. And the question is, are they going to take some sort of more aggressive maneuver to get him out? You see some of the folks there, they're so heavily armed, they could move in and rip him out of the vehicle, which is something we've seen in the past. They could deploy a police canine, which at the moment remains legal, although there's discussions about whether that should or not be legal going forward. They could throw gas into his vehicle to try to cause him to come out.
Look at the back window. They've already done the pepper spray into the vehicle. That didn't work, and that's perhaps why he's
Tommy Briscoe demands this chase ends now.
We've seen no sign of that. There's been no indication of that. There's been no formal word of that as well.
I mean, there clearly would be enough law enforcement on hand to move in as a group and to try to yank him out of there. So far, they've chosen not to do that.
We've had retired Chief of Sheriff's Special Operations from the Sheriff's Department, Jim Hemmold, who's been with us by phone. And Jim, perhaps you can, okay, is this Bearcat? The second Bearcat is moving in. All right, Jim, we talked about, is that a third one now?
That's 3.
3 Bearcats?
3.
So Jim, talk about why 3 of these armored vehicles would be there.
Well, again, there's an unknown factor not being at the command post, so I don't necessarily have all the intel, but it is not out of the ordinary to utilize every resource available to provide that level of protection for the special weapons operators to get closer. Also, the crisis negotiator to get closer to establish communications. Having that extra vehicle there also allows you to bring in more equipment that's less lethal in nature, such as stun bags, OC spray, hot and cold gas. I think in this case, they would likely opt for cold gas. And then also things such as tasers or a canine, things of that nature. So the more equipment that you have, the better. Not only that, a close proximity allows you to make collaboration with the crisis negotiator. Oftentimes residents can get frustrated at law enforcement, just as described, like, hey, when are you going to take action? And so reverence for human life is at the center, and I think most people in the community believe in that as well. But it does reach a point sometimes. For example, we noticed that he seemed to be getting agitated. Who knows? Is he at the end of his toxins there, his substance, whatever he's using, and is he getting agitated? So oftentimes you don't have an indefinite amount of time. You have to take action because people can start becoming more desperate if they're driven by substances. It's particularly when they run out of them and they're feeling pain of withdrawal or desperation.
Can you imagine if my laundry was still up there?
It's not just a wait and see per se. Oftentimes you do have to make these decisions. It's time to act. Also, if crisis negotiators have
I have vacuumed, pooped, and done laundry
or mood swings, that can be
during this chase.
Of the fact that the individual is becoming more desperate and might take action. Again, the unknown factor being, does the person have a weapon in the vehicle? That's a significant factor that we don't know. Because if the person did have a weapon, that would certainly answer for why you would need much more armored protection with the ARVs, which are the Bearcats, and those things.
It's almost dinner time for me. I only eat twice a day.
It does appear that they're getting
I have a bowl of cereal
plan, although we don't know
at around 11:15, and then I usually eat dinner between 4:30 and 5, and that lasts me just enough before I go to bed.
To convince him to surrender peacefully.
So, like, the average person watching this, and they see all these, heavily armed special, SWAT officers behind this Bearcat, and they see this one guy sitting there in a truck. Why can't, at this point, they move in? What are they?
What time do I sleep at?
They got 3 Bearcats there.
Usually fall asleep between 1 and 2 Pacific time.
Understood, and I can understand that perspective. However, also take into consideration, and I've seen it occur also when we approach vehicles, law enforcement approach vehicles, if the vehicle revs up or the person then attempts to make a maneuver.
What kind of cereal? You guys know the answer to that question.
That
Only one brand of cereal.
And
Clean out that colon, baby.
Or things of that nature. Then the critique is, well, why did you have to approach? You had time on your
Well, yeah,
side. There was no danger
I eat dinner. I eat a large dinner, so it takes 7 hours to digest. 8 hours.
It does not appear the individual can really go anywhere that's a threat. Although you have a vehicle laden with a lot of weight with that wood, it certainly, if he could get it operational, you can move the first vehicle that's there, the police vehicle.
Live that Raisin Bran life.
For movement. And also the consideration of him not harming himself. If he were to jolt forward, then it could be catastrophic for the suspect to move forward. And if you're a family member of this person that's desperate, you might not want to see law enforcement move. Let's bring up a hypothetical that law enforcement does move to resolve this situation, and he puts it in drive and drives over into the wash.
Which of these terrible games should I put on?
That way. Then the question, certainly the types of question that law enforcement confront are, why did you have to act? We could have waited this situation out. So it's a balance. It's a balance of all of that information, all centered on the safety of, first, the public, the deputies on the scene, and of course the suspect who's in an obvious desperate situation.
Who makes that call on the scene? Who's the one that says, yep?
It won't let me watch the games because I'm running OBS. Oh, that's so annoying.
We have the time to talk about it, and you have, as an inquisitive journalist, as you always do. But essentially, there's a command post we discussed earlier, and what you have now that the frontline patrol deputies have been moved out of the frontline positions. They did a great job of stabilizing that. They will now be put to containment positions, and all of the SWAT team members will be placed there. There's somebody that's a scout, which is essentially the leader of that SWAT team, who will develop a tactical plan based on the environment, based on all the information that scout has. And
when is the next burrito drop? I haven't had a burrito in
they communicate that
a week or
to
two.
The,
That's a long time.
That is at the command post, and that command post has all of the intel, and it's trying to get more information, such as criminal history, if the person has mental illness, what's driving this behavior, things of that nature. And then
I don't know how to turn off hardware acceleration.
So it's a methodical process that is taken into consideration the whole time, and again, centered on reverence for human life and safety of the public there at hand.
And so, I guess, what's next on this front? I mean, is there, you mentioned a canine, I mean, what else in terms of resources could they even bring in at this point?
Well, the crisis negotiator will be instrumental in trying to talk this individual to surrender. That effort will be made if it hasn't already.
Yo, think I'm about this life?
Cell phone, is it on speaker?
Think I'm not about this life? No pun intended with life cereal. I got stacks.
So we can give our best guess, as someone who commanded these types of operations for years, I can provide input based on what I'm seeing, and of course, as a journalist, you've seen a lot of this. But what we don't know is the real-time information, and so those factors are very significant. A lot of those they can be nuanced in nature, but they are significant in the decision making for each incident. Each incident is different. But what I can tell you is it's likely that crisis negotiators are conferring with family or close loved ones to determine, do we know why he's acting in this manner? And try to establish communications, try to talk the person into a peaceful surrender, and all the while taking precautions if he does something desperate or something that requires immediate action. So these types of precautions are taken. It looks like they have it in place. So now tactical plans are being devised. If there's never a peaceful surrender, eventually law enforcement will take that action to bring it to conclusion. But prior to that occurring, I believe that crisis negotiators will take steps to try to convince the person to surrender without incident.
I want to show you some video from a short time ago. This is when gas canister, you see it here.
I'm trying to go watch games and
usually this is the kind of thing
Carolina's on.
Smoke out.
It's starting to annoy me now.
We don't know how much
You're starting to inconvenience me, bro.
Illegal substances that this individual is under, that he's been inhaling via balloons, may change his physiology right now in terms of what he's experiencing. It obviously helps him that he's got open windows there, so he didn't get that experience as much as you would if you were indoors. But clearly that did not stop him, and you see his shirt being used to wipe away the tears that would come from essentially tear gas. What do you know in terms of the most likely substance that he may be ingesting via that balloon and how that, impacts one's thinking.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, I don't know for certain, but certainly it appears that it's some sort of nitrous oxide or something of that nature, which, introduces a euphoric sensation, almost dream or nightmare-like sensation, which does pose a problem for law enforcement because any fear that might
I feel like
be,
Briscoe. What was his name? What was Briscoe's first? Kenny Briscoe or something? I feel like him.
Or anyone might be removed. You can never know or predict how this individual.
Tommy Briscoe. Tommy, talk to me. Tommy, start talking to this guy. Get him out.
We really don't know, but generally speaking, it appears that that's the chemical and that it would present a euphoric situation and or a euphoric feeling for him. And it doesn't look like the gas really set in from what I can see due to the open windows. And so it appears that he was able over time to defeat that, which is getting into the tactical planning for law enforcement as they confront the next stage of how they're going to take action to bring this to a conclusion.
It looks like he just took a sip of something, or I don't know if that was another.
Why is it frozen?
What we believe to be nitrous oxide, but he continues to sit there. Can you talk about how much of a problem that nitrous oxide has become? And I know it's something that probably over your years became a bigger problem.
Yeah, and that's more of a current problem that's occurring. You see ebbs and flows in the narcotic or substance of choice of individuals. You've seen heroin make a comeback, an opiate-driven type of chemical. And nitrous oxide will certainly come and go. Usually it's associated with individuals who are doing essentially like raves or things of that nature. I can't say that I've really seen it in this type of a pursuit operation over the years, so it's kind of curious if that's in fact what we see going on. But it certainly introduces a euphoric feeling, but you have to constantly hit it from what we understand of individuals who use it.
I think I need to move.
At some point, I think he's going to run out of it.
I gotta move everything over to the TV to get ready for these games.
At times, he's appeared
I have enough
agitated
battery to
with
handle it, I
shaking hands
think.
and things of that nature, so we didn't know if that represented running out of the chemical for his intoxication. So this is certainly a consideration for the command post as they determine how they're going to address the situation.
It looks like he's smoking something. Not clear if that's a cigarette or marijuana or meth or something else. But he's clearly smoking something while he's in there and busy and agitated. I mean, can you take us in the mindset of the deputies that are out there and just how frustrating this has got to be, waiting out somebody in this situation and your own life on the line and the neighborhood irritated and all the taxpayer money being spent on this and watching somebody go through this?
Yes, and as we alluded to earlier with Christine, having served personally in Compton for many years, you know a lot of the residents when you work in the area, and you even know people on the street. You know that their kids are in school. You know what time certain people get home because you build a friendship or a bond with people. And so you're frustrated in the sense that not only for your own safety, but you know that residents are frustrated and are kind of wondering, hey, when are you going to take action to resolve this? I have to get home. I have to, get my kids home doing homework. Oftentimes there's elderly maybe that are in the house that maybe need medications or attention. So a lot of these factors from just for a long-term incident come into play. Oftentimes the community will be a little frustrated with the first person they see that's actually preventing them from entering their home or evacuating them, and that's law enforcement. So taking that and understanding where they're coming from and why they're frustrated, they're not actually mad at us, but at the situation. But from a tactical standpoint, we constantly make relief to ensure that you don't tire an individual and they lose their focus and attention, because, standing at the ready for hours upon hours. I mean, we've had barricaded suspects for armed individuals who've taken hostages and things of that nature, or
9 to 6, halfway through the first half.
I've been involved in many incidents where they've gone on beyond a day, and so this does not appear to be that type of situation where you would wait that long. But I don't have all of the intel that the command post has. But it can be frustrating. But oftentimes in training scenarios, in between the hundreds of high-risk search warrant operations that SEB does, which is the Sheriff's SWAT Team Special Enforcement Bureau, in between all of the high-risk situations or barricaded suspects or tactical operations that are done, is training. And so you're constantly doing something. So honestly, the tactical operators are such professionals. They have so much patience that a lot of people on the TV, you watch TV shows and you see the shoot 'em out tactical operations, but the reality of tactical operations is exactly what you see. There's a lot of standing by at the ready, preparing, being ready to de-escalate a situation, and on rare occasion, there's more hostile or deadly confrontations that occur. But for the most part, this is, in fact, the nature of the job when you're dealing with tactics is patience, professionalism, and reverence for human life. And that's what you see here. Essentially you're seeing the patience and the professionalism.
Didn't hear a word you just said. All I know is this dude's inconveniencing my day.
Showed by timing when to do that pit maneuver and timing when to barricade the individual.
Sitting on a fresh laundry pillow.
Can you talk about the training also in how do you deal with somebody who is clearly under the influence of probably multiple substances at the same time right now, who clearly is not thinking or acting rationally, and the process of trying to communicate with that person, that's got to be very difficult.
It can be difficult, and if you're the first deputy responding, so I can walk you through, for example, in this incident. When it first started, you had the patrol deputies that had to talk the individual, prevent him from doing something desperate that would cause immediate, force, or even worst case scenario, deadly force if he produced a firearm or something of that nature. So they appeared to be successful in talking him down and even keeping him in place or surrendering, which he refused to do. Then as the tactical operators from Special Enforcement Bureau arrive on scene, they're developing a tactical plan and put the frontline deputies, on containment spots as you bring in crisis negotiators. And to speak specifically to the point you brought up about interacting and dealing with someone under the influence or in mental psychosis or drug-induced psychosis, things of that nature, it's very difficult. I wouldn't say I'm a subject matter expert in that area, but having worked hand in hand with crisis negotiators from the tactical side, observing their tactics and their professionalism and their specialty in human psychology and quite frankly, understanding what's driving their desperate behavior and getting background information.
Why are we going leaky black ISOs against the best defense in the conference? God damn, college basketball is like watching fucking pickup, man.
Acting desperate, is this person not making sense at all? And that could possibly be the situation when he takes a hit and is feeling euphoric, and then maybe he comes out of that, and you see him now sort of shouting things and yelling things. So, that goes from the euphoria and the high that he feels to now maybe more desperate actions as you see his hand shaking and things of that nature. So having the crisis negotiators understand the type of individual they're dealing with and getting them to surrender peacefully is an important factor. So it can be frustrating because oftentimes it takes a lot of background information and knowledge and failed efforts. You try to reach them on certain accords, and sometimes they're not responding to certain conversations, and then sometimes you can touch and hit home with them and convince them to surrender. And more often than not, our crisis negotiators do speak to the troubles that they're dealing with and convince them to surrender.
A sort of broad question about the kind of people that you end up dealing with in pursuits. And we mean some of the bigger pursuits, not the like minute and a half pursuit, which we know is oftentimes
Call
what a pursuit
offensive
actually
fouls
is.
because the guy is big.
As a percentage, based off of your experience, like how many of them have had interactions with law enforcement before, meaning, been arrested or something like that, in terms of the people that you see running?
Yeah, unfortunately, it tends to be the same folks that we're seeing, particularly the ones.
You guys know the address. Go ahead and send them something. It'll never get through. It'll be a waste of your money.
Individuals who are not willing to prosecute hardened criminals and things of that nature, because it's frustrating when you see someone assault or rob an individual or be involved in a serious theft, and which led to a pursuit, and then you capture that individual using safety and regard for the public, and then maybe they're not prosecuted to the full extent. It can be frustrating. And so I would say more often than not, a lot of the individuals who are fleeing from law enforcement are repeat offenders and for all intents and purposes should be incarcerated. And so that can be a source of frustration for the law enforcement community and quite frankly, residents as well. I served in Compton for many years, and my friends from Compton would echo that same sentiment.
I do watch MILF Manor.
We don't want
I got it all on my DVR. It's got to be the worst show I've ever seen.
So I think we're making positive.
The last episode was not as bad as the others.
Who are repeat offenders, continually infringing on public safety.
But boy, is it creepy.
Then those people need to be incarcerated, and they can try to take advantage of education-based incarceration programs while they're incarcerated, but while they're creating public safety.
It's uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable with how young those kids are.
Education-based.
Kelly is such a MILF monster.
Oftentimes, those people need to do that in jail rather than at our events in the public circles.
Why is the market tanking?
I mean, and so what would you say? About 90% of people probably that you're dealing with that have
Bitcoin's about to drop below 20K.
Like this?
The fuck?
Now that I work for the Department of Justice, as a senior advisor there, I couldn't speak to current statistics and things of that nature, but I would say it's an extremely high number. I don't know about 90%, but I would say that it's extremely high number most of the time. I can't think of many pursuits, and we're talking hundreds, either at the line level or the command level, been involved with that were first-time offenders saying, hey, I'm just going to bail and flee law enforcement. That would be a rare circumstance.
Oh, obviously I'm referring to the S&P as well. S&P this past week is like a double diamond ski slope.
Yeah, I can't imagine how frustrating that must be, and to the point that you articulate, that, I think what you're hinting at is LA County District Attorney George Gascon and some of his policies, and, maybe not prosecuting people that may have been prosecuted in the past, and then they're on the streets, and you're going through all this again for somebody who very well could have, or maybe should have, been behind bars.
Well, certainly, I know specific incidents that involved dangerous suspects who assaulted members of the community and in law enforcement, and they were not held into custody. They were not given gang enhancements, even though they were operating in a violent gang manner. And so that is very frustrating, and it's hard to understand because there are great programs to assist families with family members.
Whoa, look at this.
What?
Yeah.
What the? There's a car in the wash!
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but obviously a change in tactics here.
The fuck?
It looks like law enforcement that looks like a law enforcement.
An unmarked vehicle is in the river.
That has now moved its way into the wash and are what do you make of that maneuver?
What? Just the fuck?
I see that maneuver on my screen right
now. He's going in reverse.
Okay, you're in a bit of a delay. So there is a vehicle that has.
He's gonna stop going in reverse. You're gonna go in the river.
Its way underneath, in the wash area, that's setting up, which you'll see it in a little bit, and Now it's backing away from the
What the fuck just happened? Why did he come all the way down there and then go in reverse?
What the thinking is on that, or how a vehicle would even get in there. But that's an interesting.
How does a vehicle get into the creek?
There is access to the creek there, and but it's. I think you bring up a great common sense point, which is you certainly don't want to be under that vehicle because you don't know what desperate action. So while I've been impressed by the tactics deployed by the sheriff's department, certainly, and you can see that adjustment was made, which is good news.
That would have been one hell of a Paul Walker challenge.
Directly under that.
Get your boy to roll up underneath, get out, hop the fence. Canine! That says canine.
Tactics were adjusted via radio, and but I know that they would want to have boots on the ground.
That's canine unit.
Scenario if the guy ran would be to have somebody there in the wash to take that person into custody, and I know you've been involved in and covered many of these as a journalist that you'd be surprised.
Now the car is gone. The car is gone. It just drove down there and went in reverse and left.
I don't think that would be likely, but you have to take every precaution to make sure that every avenue is covered.
Well, it's been quite an advertisement for this truck so far. The way that, despite the fact that this guy's probably high off his mind, has been able to maneuver this thing around vehicles, over medians, and all the rest of it. Maybe we can show some of that video. I don't know if we have any of that queued up to give folks a sense of how we got here and all the maneuvers that this person took. So look, on the top left, that's the live picture. On the bottom, this is earlier. So this was a pit maneuver that we saw earlier today, and the driver just goes right through like a field goal, driving through the law enforcement vehicles, bangs into one, doesn't stop him, starts driving over the center median, and just keeps going. So that wouldn't stop the driver. The driver would keep on going. Here's a little bit later. You see a shot of him literally ingesting what we think is nitric oxide as he's being pit maneuvered.
That was the craziest part. He was taking a whippet while getting pit.
Didn't stop him from driving on the other side over the center median.
Whip pit maneuver. There it is. Whip pit maneuver.
Continue to evade capture. The pursuit would continue on the streets of Compton, eventually ending up where we see now. And there would also be an incident, maybe we have this video we can show everybody, of when they tried to approach earlier and they put, there we go, some gas inside the back window, some tear gas. It goes
got
off
Matherin down too with an ankle? What the hell's going on?
Impacted by it.
Matherin just rolled an ankle
The
too.
window there, trying to breathe, tearing up, and even though the sheriff's deputies behind him were close, decided not to give up. And so here we are now, hours later, as we continue to watch what's going to happen next with this whole pursuit situation.
He's probably done for the year.
This driver who is,
That's probably Matherin's last game as a Rook.
Taking his
That's
sweet time.
too bad.
As all of Los Angeles and perhaps much of the country watching us online now sort of awaits his next move or awaits the next move of law enforcement. So for people that are just joining us, we're joined by Jim Hellman, longtime former assistant chief of the Sheriff's Department, who knows this sort of situation as well as anybody in Southern California. For people that may just be joining us,
Can we talk about that car again? Where did that car come from? Where did it go?
The law enforcement that's there, and that clearly have gathered in mass, including 3 Bearcats.
So the potential next moves are obviously the crisis negotiators. I have seen a few of them on scene. They're going to try to interact with this individual with an effort to try to have him surrender.
I could check in on Eliana. Let's see.
All the while, our tacticians from the special.
But if I do that, I'm going to lose.
Essentially, the sheriff SWAT team have precautions, which would include the option of deadly force if he produces a deadly weapon. But of course, the priority is also less lethal options, which includes a stun bag and gases. Certainly, a canine is an option at a closer range if he were to run forward, a taser, things of that nature. So that's why you're putting yourself at a tactical advantage by having the Bearcat
the stream is gone.
put you closer to the suspect, but also protect the tactical operators that are there. Certainly, evacuations, as we saw earlier, were made of the surrounding residents, not knowing the level of desperation of this suspect. He's already endangered many lives, as we saw with the pursuit operations. The pit maneuver was not successful only because it appears that there's weight.
NBC's camera just never working.
Blocks in the back of the truck, so you can see the vehicle stabilize immediately after the pit maneuver. But the sheriff's department took precaution to do it in an area where, even if it was unsuccessful, it would not cause harm to the public, which I'm sure the public does appreciate. Certainly, you could be more aggressive and take a pit maneuver, but you have to be aware of the environment, which includes innocent bystanders and things of that nature. So now you fast forward and we're here. The first layer of gas did not work, and these are all steps that the sheriff's department is taking in good faith to try to have a peaceful result to this situation. Essentially, the gas.
This guy might actually be sleeping.
The chemical agent did not have too much of an effect on him. He initially appeared.
We're at 3 hours and 37 minutes.
A little bit of resistance to it, but I think the intoxicant that he has sort of helped overcome that for him. That's certainly what it appears. We don't know that factually, but that's certainly what it appears. So this kind of information will be passed on to the command post, where the SWAT team and the incident commander, the tactical commander, will make a decision based on all that.
Where is that car?
That is
It's gone.
To the command post and
Am I?
to the boots on the ground.
So you guys saw what I saw, right?
As far as next step,
There's a Bearcat on the other side of the creek.
Made connection to a cell phone. Would
Why?
probably try to make communication with them. What I don't know is, have they already done that and has it been unsuccessful?
Hey, PR
I
Lebowski.
don't know. But certainly
Thanks.
that's a common,
Thanks for sticking
theme.
around. Louis Dog, why is everyone
Interesting to see,
subscribing all
we
of a
just
sudden?
showed that there's now a Bearcat on the other side of this.
Why is there a Bearcat on the other side of the
There
street?
is also a car that we saw a little earlier.
Just walk up there and take him out.
So they're anticipating potential moves. I mean, I guess it's possible that the suspect could get out of the car, run over that bridge, and then be on the other side, in which case that Bearcat and the deputies would be there waiting for him. It's possible that the suspect could either drive his vehicle over the edge, over the fence and into the wash, or just get out of the car and jump over the fence into the
Pistol
wash.
grip
In which
Jesus.
case there would now be deputies waiting for
Hey,
him there.
once a locust, always a locust.
At this point, it's hard to figure out the mindset of this guy who has clearly been doing drugs for hours.
Louis Dog 01.
But is it possible, considering the percentages that we know, that guys probably...
Good news for you guys is still 41% on the battery. We know my system doesn't crash until it gets down into like 8 or 10%.
But you know what?
So we
This
still
is his
probably
last
have an
shot
hour
at
or two
freedom.
left on the
He's got
battery.
all those drugs there with
Easily.
him in the car. He's got everybody watching him. What's the rush? Why not enjoy one last party? Is it possible that's sort of the mindset at this point?
We do see that mindset quite often. You captured a common mindset for these types of situations, although it's hard to know what drives everyone in those scenarios. And certainly, in this case, we don't know if he has drug-induced psychosis, if there's something that initially drove him to flee from law enforcement that
Listen, I tried
we don't
Eliana.
know about, but the command post does. So there's a lot
The
of
stream is
factors
down.
going
Look,
into this.
there's no damn stream here. They're in the normal news now. It's only Fox that's over it. ABC too.
Simple remedy, I would say, successful for keeping the community safe. We see now we have it to where we're confining and containing the problem to the suspect himself. It's really in his hands in the sense that he can have a peaceful surrender if he just comes out with his hands up and essentially offers himself.
No, the Heels came back 25-21 with a minute left.
If he made the
Playing
mistake
for their
of
lives right now.
running across the wash, I can tell you that the situation would probably end pretty quickly after that because the sheriff's department has set up the proper containment. And as we saw the individual in the vehicle in the wash, they also now have the wash covered. So by no means do I see a scenario where this individual would be able to evade. I think we all see the same thing. And we're just now taking...
we have just met the families that live in the area. They are not happy, to say the least. Tommy Briscoe, displeased.
In the sense that he can do that at any given time. But since he's not, there's more assertive efforts being planned, I can tell you that. There are options. It's not just one plan. There are contingencies that are taken. And so it's a matter of the scenario, whether the person's armed, whether he's seen to be armed, whether family has said, yes, he carries a certain firearm, things of that nature. We don't know. Or a criminal history that might reflect that as well.
I still can't believe a car went down the damn wash.
Are going into
Let's go, Heels. Within one.
For the tactical team on the ground.
We live born in the darkness. You were merely molded by it.
And await the
This Carolina team just loves having their back against the wall. That's when they play at their best.
Drinking? Is he ingesting drugs? It's kind of tough to tell. As we see him a little bit closer, he seems to be maybe grooving to the music, which may be actual music in his car.
He's out there getting into it.
Ingesting illicit substances for several hours in a row. He seems to be enjoying looking at the helicopters of.
Yeah, I remember that time when I was worried about getting laundry.
This guy kind of enjoys the attention at this point, or may not even realize what's happening. And
he's out there fucking ball with the ball, the bang, diggy, 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 set the boogie set up, yo, the boogie, ball with the ball, the bang, the bang. Who remembers that song?
Trying to call him.
They banned that song at our school because everyone would start a mosh pit and they didn't want kids to get hurt. Ball with the ball, the bang, the bang. When it dropped, my name is Kid, everyone would start fucking jumping around and start shoving each other. Kids getting blasted. With the ball, the bang, diggy, 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 set the boogie set up, yo, the boogie. All right, get a stop here. All right.
And then they attempted, while they had a tactical advantage, to bring him out through the deployment of that gas, which he defeated not only to the open air, but also probably...
This chase will not defeat me. It might defeat my laptop battery. We're still at 40% though.
Certainly you will constantly
get off. Don't go in.
Available to surrender, so
we'll take it. 25-24. Virginia leads Carolina at the half.
Because you don't necessarily want to give up
this Memphis Golden State game is somehow worse than college basketball. None of us are interested in watching either of you play. I just want to see Dylan Brooks fight Draymond Green.
And try to talk him down.
All right, I guess Steph's in there. But God, the Warriors do not have it this year.
To try to talk this person into
they got no bench.
And that can be through the introduction of a phone that we provide, or if they already have a cell phone, they may have already been doing that. It's very difficult.
It's going to start to get dark soon. I wasted my whole day, man. Thankfully I got to play some tennis earlier today. It was fucking gorgeous out. But we're due some more rain tomorrow. I could have gone for a beach walk. Wasted my whole day watching this asshole sit here with his wheels of cheese and the Bearcats doing absolutely nothing. Got Dylan Brooks sticking his tongue out at me on the TV.
We really don't know. There's a lot of unknown factors that we don't know.
What a waste.
What
an inconvenience to my day.
The longest standoff that you were ever a part of. Can you remember how long it was?
Well, there was an incident that was several days in nature, and this was behind a deputy sheriff who was killed in the line of duty, Steve Sorensen up in the Antelope Valley. And this individual, first of all, there was a tracking down of this individual by the Special Enforcement Bureau and the hardworking...
Oh, you guys got some emotes.
Stations, eventually finding the individual in a abandoned shack, and then... the exchange of gunfire.
Tommy Briscoe is going to walk up on this and just yank him out himself. Tommy Briscoe, not pleased.
He was already involved in the murder of an innocent police officer.
If he tries to make a run across that bridge, those dudes in the Bearcat on the other side of the damn street will be waiting for him.
To kill more. And so every precaution was taken, and but this event went on for several days, quite frankly, and unfortunately the suspect
Steph show.
killed, and every precaution was taken. However, some suspects are so desperate and evil, for lack of a better word, they're going to go no other way. And in the hundreds and hundreds of tactical incidents that the Sheriff's Special Enforcement Bureau, which is the Sheriff's SWAT team, they handle every year, to have a deadly confrontation by the SWAT team members are, quite frankly, rare. But when they do occur, it's by the desperate and violent actions such as what you saw last night by the suspect who shot 3 LAPD officers. There are those type of incidents that occur. And I think that story needs to be
Steph,
told.
try and take that charge. That's hilarious. It worked?
What you have, rightly so, called intimidating equipment, the Bearcat, Air 5.
Turned himself into a GoldenEye proximity mine in the way of a blinded Jaron Jackson Jr.
M4 rifles and also other MP5 rifles that are deployed by the tactical operators. You see stun bags. You see all this equipment that might be intimidating to the general public. But what you don't hear and see is the number of incidents that are de-escalated with the use of less lethal force, stun bags, tasers, the canine, and other remedies other than deadly force. But you certainly have to have those firearms available, and which includes long rifles and those type of precautions for the desperate suspects that, quite frankly, emerge in the least expected time. And so you never know the desperation or the mindset of the suspect, so you have to take those precautions to ensure the public's safe, and then, of course, the deputies that are on the scene.
Jim, hi, it's Christine Devine back with coverage. Thanks so much for being with us since a little after 2 o'clock this afternoon. Alex, we are going to stay with this coverage.
Why?
Until it ends, I think.
Oh my God, why say that? Damn you, Fox.
Fox 11. We know we've got a lot of viewers who don't live in LA or who watch, other than their television.
So many people watch police chases that they're going to stay with this freaking coverage.
Let you know we will continue that. Marla Tate is going to pick
Police
up that
chases
coverage.
do numbers that I can't pull on my damn NBA channel during the finals. People would rather watch police chases.
That as well as we continue to.
And as a result, Fox wants the numbers.
Jim, I cannot believe that we are still sitting here coming up on 5 o'clock in the evening with this driver sitting there for several hours.
I'm starting to get hungry.
Not moving. I think
and
our next
not
guest needs to
hangry,
be
but hungry.
analyzing what he's taking, what drug he's on that allows him to just sit there for so many hours. I can't quite figure
We
it out.
stick with chases until the end, until we're code 4, until we put 4s in the chat.
Obviously enjoying his euphoric feeling.
The computer is going to have to quite literally die for me to leave.
Knows if it's actually audible music or in his own mind, but it certainly brings to light the professionalism and patience of not only the frontline patrol deputies from Compton, but also the tactical operators who are in a position of waiting for the individual.
There was actually a nice move in this Pacers-Rockets game. He just got smoked the layup. What was that? Jordan Nwora? Oh, that explains it.
Residents are safe, because that's our first priority. Certainly,
damn, he's nice.
Make a tactical decision to go in.
That spin move too. That dude's fucking nice.
Factors, whether or not he's known to possess a firearm or any other weapon. There he goes, smoking again.
Yeah, I don't have a car. Are you kidding me? Why the hell would I have a car?
Of what he's generating his toxins with, but
Or give the state enough.
With a live
You know
flame, that
what
certainly
car insurance is around this bitch?
I digress. But anyway, but making those decisions also include respect for our residents of Compton. And at some point, you have to make a common sense decision, which includes how long do we wait for this operation to continue. Lights may seem like a factor, but we can bring in lights to ensure that we have visibility from a tactical standpoint. So that's not so much a factor, but there's real life scenarios of families who have to return to their home. But the decision to have reverence for human life and ensure that he gets to a point where he can peacefully surrender and be convinced into that will be at the hands of crisis negotiators, and all the while the tacticians taking precautions if he makes a desperate attempt to keep everybody safe. But at some point there's a threshold where you do take action because let's say, for example, if he no longer has a source of intoxication, does that put him in a more desperate
into a wedgie?
mindset? So
Bro, these games are so bad.
Scenarios play out, and so you want to continue to keep a tactical advantage, so that A, he doesn't know when you're going to deploy, but B, you don't put him in a state of mind where he's appearing to show desperation or escalating desperate acts.
You're exhausted, Alex?
I'm exhausted. You must be exhausted. I mean, you've been talking now for several hours and doing a great job of giving us all these insights.
Dylan Brooks for 3 air ball.
This and waiting people out have sort of prepared you for that.
Dylan Brooks wide open 3 air ball.
It does, and we've had a lot of SWAT deployments in the Compton area and surrounding area, which includes Century Station and Linwood and South LA, but actually all over the county of Los Angeles and wherever it's needed. But one thing that's impressive about the reverence for human life that the Sheriff's Department deploys is you utilize the equipment to be prepared to de-escalate accordingly, but all the while keeping the public safe by, if through your efforts of de-escalation the suspect doesn't take advantage of that, comes out,
he's sitting in the car sad because Stu fat shamed him.
As well. But those incidents are more rare than people think. I think the TV shows and the police shows and movies and things of that nature show a situation where you have a lot more deadly confrontations than actually occurs.
Another air ball. No, this game is so bad.
The George Floyd incident and
how do people watch this sport? I can't believe I'm the one asking it.
So there's a heightened sense of focus on how law enforcement uses force, and sometimes there's a perception that excessive force incidents are more frequent than they actually are. And so we should scrutinize those inappropriate uses of force. And in the case of George Floyd, the prosecution spoke for itself. And we've had those types of situations in Los Angeles, as we all know, as well. And so, but these kinds of force or potential force incidents catch the attention of the general public, and in some ways that's healthy, because
are we ever going to get an explanation about the damn car that was in the river?
For the general public to know, particularly in Los Angeles, where the tactics are centered on reverence for human life and public safety.
Well, I can't tell you how much we are grateful for your extended lessons.
We are 5 minutes away from a 4-hour stream.
We've had since 1 o'clock, letting our viewers know that are from LA and not from LA that they are hearing from a retired assistant sheriff from the LA County Sheriff's Department, retired chief of Sheriff's Special Operations, and you now work with the Department of Justice. So many years in law enforcement. We appreciate you sitting on this standoff with us for so many hours. We are expecting a news conference.
Thank you, VR Riptide. Not fun, but you stay. We're in this together now, people. We're brothers after this. The forests of Bastogne got nothing. The trenches in Bastogne, Battle of the Bulge. Everyone that was here for the 4-hour standoff at the Compton Creek.
This morning, I want to share with you at 5 o'clock. So we're watching this standoff here, and Jim, you and I were talking earlier on. If we can just kind of, as we sum up our coverage here, and we transition to our 5 o'clock in a minute. The issue we're seeing here.
That's also why they're not 5 o'clock hour police chase.
And you've seen things change
That's
over the decades.
prime news hour. What the fuck just happened? I'm not letting no damn tech ruin my stream.
It certainly is, and working as a senior advisor for the Department of Justice, we train foreign law enforcement agencies, and they look to LA County Sheriff's Department, LAPD, and of course the local police departments, mainly in Southern California, as leaders in law enforcement tactics. And that's
We are still here. We are all, we are in a
have to
fraternity.
confront.
1,500, or down to 1,400 of us that are still in this damn lobby watching this damn standoff.
From our law enforcement, which we should. And so that's evolved into what I would say is a great example today of commendable restraint, as we've said, and professionalism and patience. There is a threshold where it reaches.
Somebody said, is Stu gonna kamikaze this chase?
He's pushing back against using the filter.
The fuck?
We're going to talk about it. Yeah. Stick with us. Let's make it a
What?
We'll be right back.
What just happened? Hold on. How dare you? Did they just cut away? Oh, they're in the 5 o'clock news hour. That's why.
If you want to watch us on TV to get the other news of the day, you can head to Fox 11 on TV. We'll see you in a second.
That was, wow, quite literally a second.
Compton, a police standoff entering its 5th hour.
Picking up our coverage from our Christine Devine and Alex Michelson. I am in the Fox 11 newsroom to bring you the latest as we continue to watch this incredibly drawn out, long, hours-long standoff that is underway in the city of Compton. So for all of you joining us live on our website, foxla.com, I thank you so much for sticking with us as we have an eye on this.
If there's a stream, I will find it.
Including Coco McAvoy, who she is, along with the rest of us, we are waiting for a press conference to begin.
A press conference on this chase? Go get him!
Sheriff's Department, that is the
Just go get him! You got the whole fucking SWAT team standing there!
First pursuit that started in the 12.
Are they not trained for this exact situation?
Now come to an end.
I know you're trying to preserve life. Well,
at this
every other standoff has one of these same exact situations. They can get out of the car and run into a house.
And so since
Take those fucking riot shields. Send the fur missiles.
White pickup truck, who by the way was wanted
a press conference,
driving DUI potentially as well. He has just been in this case.
About what?
You've gotten a good look at him. He's there. Hasn't physically gotten out, but he pops his head out every once in a while, just sort of slumped over, in fact. Let's now just tell you what, if maybe you've just joined this just to see what this is all about. This all started about 12:40 when officers were trying to pull over the suspect.
Fucking A!
As I look on the ground at another camera here that I don't think you have eyes on, but I'm seeing LA County Sheriff's deputies take to a podium to give an update. Are we, online team, going to bring...
He's sleeping!
Okay, so we're going to pull up this audio right now so we can all...
Talk about preserving life. Just walk up to the door. No, don't you dare show me a press conference about this shit. He's sleeping! And preserve life. He may be dying for all we know. Go up there and get his ass if you're worried about him dying.
Ian. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's
brother!
Information Bureau. I'm here to provide an update of the incident that's happening today in Compton. Compton deputies responded to a call for service of a vehicle doing donuts in the street, and the driver was seen inhaling an unknown substance. As deputies arrived, they saw the driver...
He doesn't die from the damn drugs. He's going to die from starvation.
Fearing that the suspect was...
Oh, Jesus. This guy can't even fucking speak. I'm getting dinner.
Create a public danger.
This game sucks. It's a blowout. Fucking A.
Danger for the public. Also, with the driver inhaling an unknown substance, the deputies believed that the driver was under the influence. The deputies attempted a traffic stop on the vehicle but the driver took off driving, and a vehicle pursuit ensued. The vehicle ended up to the 800 block of Poplar Avenue in the city of Compton, where the suspect refused to exit the vehicle. The crisis negotiation team and the mental evaluation team are on scene and attempted to communicate with the driver, but was unsuccessful. The scene right now is turned over to the Special Enforcement Bureau, and where the Special Enforcement Bureau deputies will attempt to bring the incident into a conclusion. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over there. The deputies are attempting to...
Yes, this is somehow Dylan Brooks' fault. I don't know how yet, but I'll figure it out.
Unsuccessful in getting him out of the vehicle. But they are in...
I'm watching Ty Jerome, Kevon Looney run pick and rolls together. Why do you think I'm grumpy?
Driving under the influence and also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. Exit the vehicle peacefully, and so that we can bring this to a peaceful end.
Just fucking stop.
I have no information on that, sir.
That's what happens when you have a bunch of dudes who can't shoot. They're just going to double bake on every time he touches the ball.
For their safety.
Thank God we have R.J. Davis. Yeah, it's going to be assault with a deadly weapon because he was using his car to drive into police vehicles. That's how you get an ADW, folks. Bitcoin just fell under 20,000.
Driver was seen by the deputies.
This is the worst.
Unknown substance from a tank. We do not know the contents inside the tank.
Roll!
We can test it.
Everything is... My world is collapsing before me right now. Got Pete Man standing there in a pick and roll. It's pick and roll. It's not pick and stand.
So far, he's suspected of driving under the influence and also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. So right now we are, the Special Enforcement Bureau deputies are formulating a tactical plan to bring the suspect into custody. Our Special Enforcement deputies
impossible shots after impossible shot.
To try to formulate a plan to bring this custody into
sucks so much
to bring
ass.
the suspect into custody as quickly as
Duke should be even
possible.
more
We do not
embarrassed
have
they
a
lost to this team.
estimated time.
How are there more people watching the stream than there was an hour ago? What do you sickos want from this?
Sheriff's deputies there, the gentleman at the podium, just informed us that this all started because this driver who is suspected of driving under the influence, and by the way, also assault with a deadly
Closure.
police officer,
That's a good answer.
was seeing
Fucking closure, man.
in the city of Compton. That was in the noon hour. That's what set off this pursuit in the first place. The pursuit, by the way, I know that we have those images. Maybe you saw them earlier. They were absolutely wild. I happened to be in the newsroom when this all unfolded earlier this afternoon. And to see him evade officers, there were at least 3.
Let's get a stop here. I can't rely on R.J. Davis to turn into Michael Jordan.
He evaded those. He crashed into plenty of black and whites. He crossed over center divides. I believe he hit some unsuspecting vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. I'll work to get that confirmed to you. But nonetheless, I do know that he came into contact with law enforcement vehicles. Again, 3 pit maneuvers at least were attempted, and then everything came to an end when he hit a dead end here in Compton. This is a flood control area. We just learned from that deputy there that some residents in this area, no surprise, have been asked to evacuate their homes out of an abundance of caution. People, maybe you're watching us from the city of Compton. If you live anywhere near this, the deputy just said, stay inside, lock your doors. Obviously a dangerous situation that has now gone on for several hours. We've also learned that maybe this
it's
is
Caleb Love.
because I saw this happening earlier.
That is our Maxie. It's more like J.R. Smith.
Was seen inhaling some sort of a substance. It's been reported that it's
my dinner's almost ready.
AKA laughing gas, out of a balloon. I saw that with my own eyes earlier, where he was inhaling an unknown substance out of a balloon. The deputy there said he was also seen inhaling a substance unknown from a tank, from a canister. So that has also happened. So clearly the suspect not in his right mind. That's an understatement, as our shot now zooms into the SWAT team, the tactical team there from the Sheriff's Department. We heard from that law enforcement officer at the podium that the Special Enforcement Team is collaborating to figure out the best plan of attack in order to get this guy out of that white pickup truck and into custody. That's the plan. He says we're working to do that as quickly as possible. Well, this has been happening since 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's 5:10 here on the West Coast. Maybe you're joining us from the East Coast. I understand that this has attracted a lot of eyeballs just because it's just been so wild to watch. I mean, the pursuit was wild, and when this came to an end at this wash at 1 o'clock more than 4 hours ago, we thought, okay, it's only a matter of time. We've covered these sorts of pursuits many times, and it's only a matter of time until we get the suspect into custody. Well, here we are 4 hours later. We've also seen, this was also why this guy will now be charged with assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. As soon as he hit this dead end and he saw that he was surrounded and had literally nowhere to go, he did go in reverse and he was ramming
the cryptic poetry.
There right behind him.
You're one of us now forever, whether you like it or
As
not.
a deadly weapon, it will be considered as such, and hence the charge that he will face: assault with a deadly weapon.
Assault with a deadly weapon. That's a Zionism right there.
I don't think that there have been any injuries to pedestrians along the way. Maybe vehicles were damaged, but in terms of bodily injury to innocent, unsuspecting bystanders, I don't think there are any of those. I don't think any deputies have also been injured in this, but we're working to get that figured out for you and confirmed. Certainly hope not.
Well, he's either dead or sleeping.
This SWAT team, they're clearly, they are.
I think we're calling it the whip pit chase.
A move. Joining us, it's nice to have a little bit of company here. We have Stu Mendel.
Stu?
He is in our chopper.
He's back!
Early in the morning, and he covered this pursuit earlier on when we first jumped on the air with
Thank God.
Stu, you were overhead. You saw all of this unfold. Go ahead. What do you make of it?
Stu's calling in.
Do we have Stu? Bear with us, folks. Just give me the thumbs up if in fact we do have Stu.
We got some audio issues here, but I've been listening to Marla talking. She was making comments about what was going on earlier on. We were there. Clearly, we were there. We were watching this happen live, and that whole part about we heard the press briefing with the PIO from the Sheriff's Department talking about the assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. That was when that pickup truck collided with one of the deputies' vehicles. After that pit maneuver, we saw that, and I pointed it out when it happened. We saw that vehicle kind of bump one of those deputies' vehicles. I'm watching the feed live. I hope the timing is about right, but you can see right there the SUV, the Sheriff's Department version of SWAT. They've got one of their toys out right there. That's going to be a drone. I have an idea they're going to be bringing that drone or flying around, looking, maybe trying to really make sure that the best they can, that the suspect has no weapons inside that vehicle. Also, we were talking about this going on for 4 hours, maybe more. It definitely has been, and you've just got to wonder about that guy in the truck. Even if he was inebriated earlier on, how long can you just sit in a vehicle? I was watching some of these shots moments before we went live, and it almost looked like he's getting bored about just sitting in that vehicle. It's like he's almost kind of saying, come on, guys, arrest me. Let's bring this thing to an end. This all happening out here in the Compton neighborhood. Right now, they're keeping a real focus on that drone. They probably want to see that fly over there, keep an eye on where it's going to go, and that's probably the reason why the camera operator in the helicopter right now is keeping that shot. But that suspect sitting in that vehicle, I was watching him fidget. One of the things that we do in the helicopter is read body language, because we're not down there. We can't hear the conversation. We can't, we're not getting the cues that other people are getting when they're watching or when they're on the ground. So you kind of watch people's body language, and you can see this guy looking in the mirror. He's getting a little anxious. He's, the body language has changed. So this kind of gives me the idea that perhaps that this is going to be coming to, he's starting to get desperate. So maybe he's going to just open the door and get back. I'm just hoping he doesn't throw that thing in the drive and try to get away. We've been getting these wide shots also of this area. There's a pedestrian bridge right next to where that pickup truck is. You can see that sidewalk. Well, that sidewalk continues over the wash to the other side. There's deputies over there as well. So if he decides to maybe perhaps run, and I haven't seen a dog on the scene yet, so if he decides to run, then there are deputies that will meet him on the other side of that bridge right there. But right now, that drone seems to be the most interesting part of this afternoon right now. This has been a long and tedious standoff. The deputies from the Sheriff's Department doing an amazing job. And, this is the thing. It's like, much like the newscast, they're handing it off to other people. They, the original deputies that were down there were patrol deputies. We watched them as they basically pulled out every trick in the book to try to get that suspect out of the vehicle. Then after that, we waited for a little bit, and then we started seeing, I make the joke that it's management. But, the sergeant started showing up, and they were like, okay, we're going to bring in SEB. And so they basically changed, they did a shift change down there. So now we have these SEB guys there, and these are, you can see them, they're trained for these type of situations. They do
My cheese got stuck to the plastic.
This type of deal.
Fucking annoying, man. Now I got no cheese in my lasagna.
They've been here for a good, probably almost 3 hours now. And, we heard the PIO talking about putting together a plan and making a timely effort to get that suspect out of the vehicle. Well, I'm almost wondering if that suspect doesn't want to just get out of that.
How did Carolina just go from down 1 to down 7? I go and get the fucking lasagna.
It's time to get out of that vehicle. So right now, we're just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on. And, of course, we want to see what's happening out there. But, of course, the other side of it is, it's still a dangerous situation. That suspect could injure himself. They don't want to see that. There's always that possibility. That truck still runs. He has the keys. We watched earlier on as Marlon, you might have seen that or not.
No, it's Stouffer's.
That vehicle was actually in reverse, rammed up against that deputy's vehicle, and those tires just spinning and smoking. And he was, making an effort or a gesture to either get away or to create a situation where he was trying to frighten off the other deputies, which they weren't frightened by any means, but it was the same thing. Safety. You don't want to be next to one of those tires when they explode. And they might have. With that kind of heat, that kind of tension, something could have happened. So they kind of backed off. There's also spike strips under there, but that truck really not going to be able to get anywhere. Right now, you can see Skyfox is kind of moving around a little bit, getting a little bit of a different angle. Those deputies armed, those deputies have the body armor on. There is a good possibility they might just do some sort of distractionary thing. I'm not giving away any tactic. I don't have any inside information. I'm literally at home. I'm not even by a scanner. But we've seen it in the past where they will, do a flashbang or make some sort of distraction on one side of the vehicle, and then deputies will pull that guy out of the other side. Who knows what the plan is going to be? It's going to be interesting to see when it comes to an end. But right now, this is still a standoff out here. It's been going on for hours. They've got the big guys in. These are.
Oh, so scared now. They've only been standing there for 4 hours. I'm sure he's all sorts of intimidated.
Suspect, he's got to be getting tired too. Sitting in that truck, looking out that rearview mirror, contemplating his life choices. It's got to be kind of dreary. I don't think he's in there any kind of jovial mood or any kind of happy. It's almost to the point where he's like literally saying, you'd wonder if he's like, just come on, guys, just come and arrest me. Let's get this over. You can see him looking out the window right there. Much different body language than we saw, 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, he was, standing up. He was, throwing things out of the vehicle. He was making all kinds of gestures. Right now, seems to be a little bit more calm, a little bit looking out that window, keeping an eye on what those deputies are doing. And, of course, you've got to be thinking about this also. You've got to know.
Well, I have to use Parmesan cheese because it all got stuck to the top of the plastic.
Suspect, maybe driving off, injuring a deputy. That suspect's got to be thinking, too, yes, these are trained professionals, but they have loaded weapons. They're going to have loaded weapons pointed at me. Anything could happen. It is still a very, very dangerous situation out here in Compton. That pickup truck, we're not able to roll tape from earlier, but we watched as that driver was inhaling
No longer
nitrous from
hangry.
a balloon, or what we believe to be nitrous from a balloon earlier on. During the pursuit, there was actually a pit maneuver when he was inhaling from that balloon. We were looking to see it, and that's when the deputies did a pit maneuver. We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him weave his way through the deputies' vehicles, crashing. Not crashing into is kind of it makes it sound more dramatic than it was. He definitely hit that deputy's vehicle, though, and that's what when it happened, I knew that was the game changer. That's when everything.
Why do they have a drone?
Now it's becoming a deadly weapon.
What are they going to do with a drone? Unless that thing is armed with tranquilizers.
You can see that large.
What are we doing? They're just using their toys.
We've seen that in the past. They will put a different type of gas canister than the ones that we saw earlier on. If you were watching from way back when, they actually had deputies walking up holding these canisters of gas. We call it CS gas. I'm not really sure if that's the technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day. But it's tear gas, basically. It's something that's going to annoy that suspect. But what SEB has inside there is different types, different brands. And that hole right there that you see, they will put that canister. It's basically like one of, you've seen those old, the claws and stuff that the kids have. And some of the elderly people have these, like, grabby things.
Right. Oh, the drone did drop a bomb!
I'm going to interrupt you because he's jumping.
Oh, he smoked out! He's out of the car! What the fuck just happened? We're out of a pursuit! Out of nowhere!
Rid of his hoodie, and he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up.
Oh, now they're moving in on him! What the fuck just happened?
How quickly that happened all of a sudden, yet how long it has taken. We have been watching this standoff with this pursuit suspect, this reckless DUI pursuit suspect who is now going to face a charge of assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer.
It was the drone!
That white pickup truck for hours now, smoking some sort of, inhaling an
Code 4. Thank God we are Code 4. Put your 4s in the chat. The fuck just happened?
I believe that was thrown in by the deputies. Maybe that was dropped off by the drone. It all happened so quickly.
Did they drop a bomb in there? What the fuck?
Officers manning that drone. Next thing you know, his cab was filled with smoke.
What did they drop? Was it mustard gas? Jesus!
And now he is in handcuffs. He is in custody. That was a wild end to a wild pursuit and a drawn-out standoff as we watch him now being taken to a vehicle. These are these tactical officers, the special enforcement team from LA County Sheriff's Department, who did pretty phenomenal work there.
It took 4 hours to do that.
Figure out where they're going to put this guy, which black and white is going to haul him off to jail. Stu Mandel, you just saw that unfold. Was it the, I think you can hear me, was it the...
We had a press conference for that?
A gas canister into the cab?
He's trying to get out of there. Oh, yeah.
Stu's having a blast. Stu's having a blast. Stu, you got a hot mic, Stu. You're on air, Stu.
Stu, are you there?
And that's what, that's really what we were talking about earlier on, too. That was that's that real CS gas, that is the serious...
Dude, the smoke just kind of appeared in the cabin out of nowhere, didn't it? Did you guys in the chat see something drop in? I didn't see it drop in.
A massive dose of it, and you can see that suspect definitely was not... He made every effort to get out of that truck. That truck's still smoking down there. So this definitely coming to an end right now, and
it shot in?
Pulling out, reaching deep into their bag of tricks, and this was a pretty simple move. And again, if the deputies would have had that, they would have taken care of this earlier. But these types of tools are available.
The drone didn't shoot it. The drone was probably distracting, then they launched it in through the back window, I assume. We'll get a replay here in a second.
And you can see right there that suspect in custody. It's all done.
I don't think it was shot from a drone.
Thank you so much. Marla Tay is here in the Fox 11 newsroom. We're watching this unfold.
Wait, I know where to find it.
Now, the standoff has officially come to an end after gas was thrown inside of his cab that made him get out as quickly as possible. He tried to make a run for it. He didn't go.
I know where to find a replay.
Now he is saddled onto the sidewalk there, obviously in handcuffs, as the tactical team is obviously questioning him, and it'll only be a matter of time until he is taken away by...
Oh, come on.
Check your neck. Tight muscles may be restricting blood flow to your brain.
About 5 hours this has gone on in the city of Compton, and here we are as this guy will now face multiple charges. It all started with reckless driving, seen doing donuts in the city of Compton, and then
Fox 11 YouTube channel.
Weapon on a peace officer. That's because
Fox 11
drove through barricades essentially of the black and whites, got through those.
Oh, I got it. Here we go.
Damaged a couple of those sheriff's deputies' vehicles. Hopefully, none of the deputies were injured themselves. And then once he got to this dead end, he threw it in reverse and backed into the deputies trying to get away. That went nowhere. By the way, it should also be noted that trying to get the suspect to come
Okay, I got the drone.
The deputies fired multiple pepper balls into the cab of the pickup, and that broke just a portion of the rear window there.
Here's a replay.
The driver, of course, refusing to exit the vehicle. Then deputies later tossed a gas container into the cab. The standoff continued, though, as we know, and then, of course, we saw the drone go up, and then we saw the cab be filled with gas, and before long, it just took a couple of seconds.
Keep an eye on that drone.
He jumped out of the window. I think that, if my memory serves me right, he tried to crawl out of the window, and I think he just ended up opening the door, maybe he fell out of the window, and then scrambled to his
Okay, the drone's right over it.
He made it maybe 10, 15 feet, and then he just put his hands up, and this has come to an
Drone's
end.
right over the front of the
Sheriff's Department
tactical
team doing a
It's
great
lurking. Now it's right in front of
out of the
him.
vehicle.
Let's see if anything comes out of the drone.
Now, this obviously, the investigation is now just underway.
Oh, now it's smoking. Yeah, it came out the back. Yeah, through the broken window in the back.
With this to find
They
out
probably
what
shot some tear gas in there.
his history is. Does he have a criminal record? Where do we go from here? There are plenty of residents who were asked to evacuate earlier. Hopefully they'll be able to return home soon, a complete inconvenience
Wow.
for them, but they
Just like that.
understandably were evacuated out of an abundance of caution for the neighborhood, and hopefully
Got him out.
everyone living there can feel
That tear gas. Look what tear gas does to someone, even that's high on nitrous.
now that this has come to an end, because I was
That
thinking
shit
about
is defined as tear gas for a reason.
once the sun sets. It looks like we
Folks, I am proud to announce that we are code 4 on the longest chase in Skywob history. 4 hours and 25 minutes. Put your 4s in the chat. For those of you that have been here since the beginning,
So I'm apparently
we will tell our grandchildren
looking
about the
at a
day.
different view than you are.
We were here for the Whip It
You
Chase
still have eyes on the scene.
of Compton 2023.
With that said, we are going to wrap our coverage here on foxla.com.
Until next time, my friends, if you haven't already followed the channel, turn on your notifications in the event this does occur again. You know where to find me, eating my lasagna in the same exact spot. Until then, I will see you on the time.